Hello. 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 Hello.
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth. Ah, Jay, I refuse to elaborate because I don't know what I just said.
Boobies!
Did you see it?
My day be so fine, then boom.
Morning.
Alright, I didn't get everywhere that I wanted to get done, unfortunately. I am going to just have to say fuck it and get ready to move into the chat channel and say hi and hello and all that kind of nonsense. I should probably have, like, a better system of sending to all the different places, like, where I'm, like, going in and saying live and being like, hi there, everyone! Grant is live now! He's playing video games! Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Hi there, unnamed Bork. Hang on. I am going to have a measured and American response to the harassment that unnamed is giving me. Cookie for YY. This is not the measured response. This is the measured American response to unnamed. Boop. There we go. Wait, hang on. Click, click. Click, click. Click, click. There we go. The boob boy. What do you mean the boob boy? What do you mean, oh no? You are aiming in metric. Oh, goodness gracious. I needed to measure with an entirely... Hang on a second. Alrighty. One moment, please, as I get my other... You're right, these were metric bullets. Allow me to get my Imperial Furry units. There we go. Does this work? Hang on. Yeah, okay, cool, it does work. Yeah, hit! Medic! And get that out of my way. Zeebs is a criminal. Totally not. Like, sure, I've gone into the whole high seas on the internet and what have you, but that was years ago. I was a teenager. I thought I didn't have the money for shit when I was in the middle of, you know, using a very expensive PC. Why don't the cases extract? Look, if you want to try and program the fucking Unity environment to do the 3D, like, rendering face capture shit, and then, Grant, you just shot a child, and then in the immortal words of what's-a-mahoozy, what's his name? Not Revolver Ocelot, the other guy. What's his name? The guy that's in the fucking Metal Gear Solid game, and you have like that moment where it's like, boss, you just shot a child. Amazing work. This is why you're one of the best. Someone's waiting in the stream. Why is someone waiting in my stream? I haven't even gone into my stream yet. Who's there? Oh, it's... Okay, I will get to you later.
Icy is cute, Uwu.
Do you have a revolver? No, I do not have a revolver. But yeah, if there's like some way to like... Oh, actually, there probably is a way in Unity to like run animations for all I know. Oh no, I don't think it's called animations. Hang on a second. Let me get my... So let me get Unity... not Unity, my... Alright, so node graph. And the actions I have available for me are throwing items, bubble, whatever that is, food, drop, confetti, bonk, head pats, yeet, flinch, adding a force, playing sound, music, loading an avatar, setting a pose, play an animation. Okay, so these are all the touch grass, Gangnam... What's Gangnam style? Hang on a second. Thank you for the hyper himbo, but that means I have to adjust because I've not yet figured out how to do the camera shit, so... And dink, donk. So, what does this do? Hang on a second. Send signal. Alright, so it just plays like a default animation then. Okay. Alright, what are some of my other actions? So, set animation speed, play an MMD motion, camera stuff, spawning a custom object, calling a timer, sending a WebSocket message, TTS bot. I really don't like having multiple things for TTS. Resetting the AR kit, object visibility. So I can change the visibility of like whatever objects I have, which I think that one I kind of like about Vignette is being able to like make things visible and invisible. So because I could probably use that as my thing for what's mahoozies. Alright, bone scales, rotations. Okay, hang on a sec. Let's see if bone scale. Bone to scale. Alrighty then, chat. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Alright, we got upper chest. Alrighty, on the X, we're gonna go 2, 2, 2, 0. Alright, let's have a look. Send signal. Nothing's happening. Alright. So it's using the default, like, and then if I go chest... Oh, hang on. Alright, so what does this look like for my Zeebs? Oh my goodness, look at... Look at it! Oh my god, that's so silly. Send signal. Oh, and then if the WebSocket is empty, empty triggers on all. Okay, I need to look for all my different, I now need to look for all my different test triggers and get rid of them. Bruh. Yeah, I know. I don't see any redeems. Everyone throws stuff at Grant. Did I get rid of them? I don't think I got rid of them. Peck dance. Okay, I've got drop something, but not throwing some. Oh, is it because I have it, like, paused or something? No, that can't be it. Hang on a second. Platform. Throw something. Enable. So, hang on, is it because, Alright, start stream alert. So it sets the prices of the different cams. Says that I'm live, sets the global, sets the temporary, sets the rewards. Alright, so it does the action to turn off actions and redeems. Alrighty, so... Okay, so turning off actions and redeems. So it disables a number of timers. The scan, pull, boop, bonk, dehimbo, peck, throw, drop, throw a lot of something. Ah, okay. Okay, so it pauses the actions and unpauses them. So I need to enable them if I want them used again. Did you see we have them built in why I'm holding the I don't know. You look like Hulk with boobs? No, okay, hang on a sec. I need to make a note of that for my next Halloween commission. Hang on a second. I need to get the Excel spreadsheet out. If there's a recommended artist for this, let me know. One moment, please. Where the fuck is my... Also, is this signed into my... No, it's signed into my... Commission ideas. Hang on a second. I have not looked at this thing in a long fucking time. Like, hang on a second, chat. Like... Okay, cool. You don't see my identity or anything like that with this. Look at these ideas I've had in, like, past commissions. Himbo Furry Grant and Himbo Human Grant was an idea submitted with... Oh, no, I've got... So that one I've since... So that one has not been submitted anymore, and it's not with a current artist. HyperZ Dong as a body pillow, butt, D&D shirt, pecs, disabled titty shirt. That one was kind of funny. Drinking the ocean dry, getting a fat belly, dual cock, 10,000 striped zebra. Technically done? Oh no, Excel, your worst nightmare? Hey. Excel is very useful when you want something that doesn't need to be as complex as an actual database, okay? If you want a table of things where it's like, here's like a column for ideas, a column for the artist, a column for the executed idea or the inspiration, this is it. Like, look at this. Look at this shit. Actually, hang on a second. Top left. Wait, look at this. Business mode Grant as IT at his desk. Okay, so that got refunded. I think this one is technically done. Zeeb, just add boobs. 3D model with rigging. I got that from Wolk, done. A redo of semi-naked running across. Yep, that one's done. 4 comic panels of Grant progressing from Twink while walking past a himbo. Idea submitted. No, so that one's no longer... Any of them with in Psalm are no longer submitted ideas. Ritz Beretta getting booped in the nipple. That one's technically done. Having grown to a tide inside of a mystic cave underground. Why can't I spell shit? There we go. Grant in a sumo wrestler debut. That one's done. Accidentally buzzing off some of his hair while grooming his fur. Yep, no, that was kind of... I think Moto likes you with Grant. Well fed, yeah. Himbo Zebra looking at Fat Fur Grant saying it's just bulking. I'll work out in the summer. Da, 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 da. Then I got Taylor Matsumoto stuff. And then we've got group commission ideas. Beach Boys. Oh, this one's done. This one's done. I can actually, like, mark that off as complete. And I've gotten my, I need to get the, I need to get the link. Samurai Jack and Johnny Bravo cosplay. I need to figure out who's going to be my... I don't know whether I want to be Samurai Jack or... I feel like I would be Johnny Bravo. And I probably should go to Emu Fur and be like, hey, Emu, who is the most Samurai Jack in your group or something like that that I know of? Street Fighter roster? I think that one, it might be a fun one. Your character here, Slumber of One Twink... I don't remember how I got to that idea. Bulk Miss, a group of Sonos with Christmas sweaters ready to pose for the camera, and then as the flash goes off, everyone is a hyper muscular. That one is a reference to, hang on a second. Give me a second. Let me get the thingy-majiggy open. Hi there, Freckles! I gotta check the Fortnite App Store real quick. It's been so poo late. Oh, okay. I thought you said it was popping off lately. Alright, is this the... Hang on a second. Yes, it is. Alrighty then. So, to give you context, this is from, as it says there, it's from the anime How Heavy Are Your Dumbbells? And there was like a Christmas cosplay or something like that. I'll mute the sound so then that way, like, until it gets... So, and the context is basically, here it is. Like, everyone here, they're all members of a gym, but they're members of, like, a proper, of, like, this, like, you know, strong man's gym or something like that. And this is the woman that won it. She's in cosplay or something like that. And, like, Freckles, this would be honestly kind of funny. Watch this. John. H. Boom! Just that. That's the fucking calm idea. It's just like the fucking, you know, like, you just have everyone here just being like all sweet and shit like that. It's just like ready. And then, bah, hang on. Damn it. And then everyone just flexes at the last minute. Look at her. She's just the exact same. She's just like, I'm so glad to get this little card award. And then everyone's just sort of like, bam, trying to do their strongest strongman. I'm pretty sure that's a fucking gong. Is that a gong reference? Hang on a second. Oh no, that's just ripped fabric. I thought it was because I thought someone's hair actually went that ridiculous long or something like that. Had to go to source resolution to read this. Oh, sorry about that. Grant as the Scotsman staring down Icy as Samurai Jack. That one might be a good one. Beach Boys was a very fun com. Just saying I never used it and it looked complicated to me. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle event in Fortnite is here. Yeah, you should go grab it. Alrighty then.
Office from the...
Alrighty, I don't need that. Back to the chat screen real quick so I can close that window there. The Illumitity. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Man, I had some weird group comm ideas. And then I had, oh yeah, then I had all the different sticker ideas. Ow. You enjoying it right now? You're always up for drawing them huge pecs? Nice. I'm trying to save my monies. Okay, I will be real. I did send someone like $20 through a coffee link because they were doing like some sort of like goal thingy-madiggy, but you know, it's still less than the cost of me like going out to eat and shit like that. And what's more is I've paid all my bills and what have you, and I just need to go through the next, like after this weekend, I have another week of like working and what have you, and I just need to get through like, you know, I think $150, $200 or what have you of in that week there. Alrighty then. So yeah, right now we're playing. Hang on, ding, don't. Why won't the music pause? Cookie for Bookie. Oh, that's probably why I turned off the throw redeem, because then it ends up with like all these throw redeems and I can barely see anything. Alrighty, so this is me. This is, well, technically speaking, this is me as a warrior. Sorry, not a warrior, as a paladin right now, because off stream I've been trying to get this paladin up and ready. So then maybe for Endwalker, I'll have him for that expansion. Bunny, yes, Bunny. Yes, Bunny. We've been over this a lot of times. I thought the bunny would have more hats to wear than the Hrothgar, but that is not true. So the next time I get a Fantasia, if there is no Bunny, Rogadin, if there is no Bunny or Hrothgar updates to have way more hats than normal, then I'm probably just gonna go to the Rogadin again. Astrid, you have something I want. I love how whichever NPC I talk to, I can have him framed with my ears. Look at that. Look at that, I can just frame him in my ears of like... Target locked! Pew, 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 and then run for them. Astrid is not so subtly indicating her desire for you to approach. Her? Hello there, friend. Can you feel that? Love is in the air, just waiting to be snatched up by questing hands. That means Valentino's Day is upon us once more, and I, Astrid de Valentine, and my fellow emissaries are here to support all who would avail Cookie for Bookie. Are here to support all who would avail themselves of this bounty. Oh, but I know you, Grant. Forgive me, I do get so caught up in my introduction. It is an absolute pleasure to see you again. Come to think of it, an intrepid adventurer like you might just be what I require. Might I ask a favor? A fellow emissary by the name of Emile departed earlier to prepare a little surprise for our festivities. You see, but she's been gone for quite some time. I would like you to make sure she hasn't gotten herself in trouble. I would go myself or ask one of my associates to check up on her, but all are quite busy guiding our love-starved revelers. Would you do me this favor? Sure. I am in your debt. Before she left, Emile said she would be pacing around the trees near Fengyl Fineries. No doubt you'll find her there. Excuse me. Alrighty, so we need to go... Whoop. Buff man. Alright. Moving on. Do you have this game unnamed? Because I like before I streamed, I went into Malbrum. Right now I'm on, hang on a sec. Did I put it in the stream info? No, I did not. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Ding. Scroll down. Dong. So I'm on the Crystal Goblin server because like even during the off hours of like me in the evening, early morning for them, there is way more people on the Crystal server in order to like join into raids and such like that with like a little bit more speed than the Australian servers, or the Oceania servers, I should say, where they are... I'm trying to remember the name of... It was like Ravana, like something Ravana was where I was... Himbo, man? What? Himbo. Who is this man? How did you get away with the Himbo man name? Who the fuck are you? Hi, Incineroar. Boop. You do have it, but you haven't played it in years, and seeing so many play is making it very tempting. Oh! 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 Hang on! Hang on! Hang on! FF14, return friend, hang on a second. I think there's a thing. There's a thing. Damn it, we missed it! There was a callback campaign back in November. Also, hi there, little Incineroar. There was a thing where you could do a, like a invite friend to return. Actually, is that a thing? Ooh. Hello. Oh my, okay, I thought that said Australia for some. I was like here, and I thought that said Australia off to the left. Is it Suicide Squad? No, it's not Suicide Squad. Oh, it's not. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. It is not Suicide Squad. Oh, shit. How do I fix this? How do I fix this? No, it's not. It's Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV. Ding. It's MMO Night in someone's time zone. I swear. Ding. Did I just forget not to set the right thingamadiggy? Ding. What time is it? Right now, it's like 10:20 for me. Like, as you can see with the local time up here. And then you can see that I'm Goblin, which is my home world. Ding dong. Let's fix that. 10 a.m. Hello, what a rabbit people. Just a random. Alright. Also, where the fuck was I? Oh, I've overshot my purpose. Hang on a second. I've overshot where I needed to go. Goblin these nuts! You're proud of yourself with that one, aren't you? Oh, they're over there. Okay. Excuse me. Emily! If I shift the angle just the teensiest bit, I bet I can triple the cuteness factor. No, quadruple it! Yes, it is Saturday. Have you got a Saturday? Yes, I've got a Saturday as like a fucking tag, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is English, Australia. It's not a party. It's Saturday right now. It's MMO. Ding. Alrighty. Who might you be? I'm Grant. Now help me. Ding dong. I need to move some things around and do my thing. Ding. A bing. Dong. Wait, why is there so many notifications? Also, unnamed, I am absolutely ready for the titties. Final Fantasy. You got set. Yeah, I got set. Astrid asked you to check on me. Well, isn't that sweet of you? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Grant. I suppose you're wondering what I've been practicing here. So far away from prying eyes. Patience, my friend. Patience. If you truly wish to see what I've been cooking up, pray come to Miketo's amphitheater. I hope I got that right. Am I going up? Almost went the wrong way again. All these extra directions just so I can get the love heart. Just so I can get the love beam from the fucking, like, One Piece fruit. Does anyone know the name of the... Oh, there's... What the? Hang on. I know that's Savage. Why the fuck isn't Savage on my friends list? This is Savage. Cookie for Atomica! I know this is Savage, because it's the same naming scheme as every other alt I've seen. It opens with Savage. Damn it. You brought her back as promised. Thank you, Grant. She intended to demonstrate her... what did she call it? Right. Love heart. On stage in just a moment, you can be part of her very first audience. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Ah! Stretching! Good for you. This is what you've been working on. The Gridanians are reserved people who have long been reluctant to openly express their feelings to one another. Yet I believe it is of utmost importance that we open our hearts to those we hold dear in this season of love most of all. Now is the time for everyone to shred their fears and wears their affections on their sleeve. That's what
I
inspired me
refuse to elaborate because I don't know what I just said.
You're interrupting my one opportunity to do voice acting, YY. That's what inspired me to come up with the love heart. I can only hope this simple expression is enough to motivate people to act. Just hang on. Well, it certainly appears to have made an impression. Navigating matters of love is oft a nerve-wracking task, even for the boldest of us. Yet, with this gesture, I believe you've given the townsfolk the perfect means to convey their feelings. Emile, I encourage you to go about the city and perform the pose before any you might find floundering in the ocean of love. Go on and ignite the passion in their hearts. Look, I don't do women's voices, okay? I do my voice, and I do crazy my voice. Would you mind lending a hand as well, Grant? As an adventurer, I'm sure you've touched the hearts of many. There are doubtlessly few more qualified to guide others in pursuing and realizing their passion. Nice. Wonderful. Now, before we set forth, I would ask you to... What was that noise? Did I get moved into it? No, I didn't. Okay. Wonderful. Now, before we set forth, I would ask you to remain on the stage for a while so we can judge your pose. Considering the import of our mission, I'm afraid we can't leave until it is flawless. Alright, iced coffee is finished. Here we go. Dun 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 dun. My, I am equal amounts impressed and envious that you managed to perfect the gesture in so short a time. It took me ages just to get the hands right. Ideally, I would like you both to get...
Glug, 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 glug.
Thank you for the head pats, Wolf. I do not have a bottle of water with me. Hang on a second. I'm gonna need to... Howdy, indeed. I am going to need to get it out of the kitchen. Hang on a second. I need to get the water. Boop. Thank you for the boots. Thank you for the boops. Oh, hang on. The cord just, popped out. Hang on a second, hang on a second, hang on a second. Ideally, I would like you both to get started immediately. Yet I do wish we had another emissary. Then how serendipitous it is I am here to offer my services. Lizetti! Wait, hang on, I'm left. How long has it been, my friend? Too long, surely. You have my personal gratitude for assisting Astrid with the celebration. Yes, well, pleased though I am for your offer, should you not be enjoying the festivities with your beloved? My adorable Astrid, though I may have relinquished the burden of leadership, I have not abandoned my duty as a herald of love. You said yourself that you lack for capable help, and I am here, yes? As a daughter of House Valentine, I cannot stand by as the flames of ardor dwindle. Let her help, Astrid. It might just be what she needs before her rendezvous with Hortefence. Emily, I told you about that in confidence. Ah, so that's the way of it. In that case, your aid is most welcome.
Y_Y 9945 paid me to say not bad acting.
Thank you. Well, with that settled, let us go forth and quicken the seeds of romance yet to sprout throughout Gridania. Pray teach me this pose of yours, Amelia. Yes, ma'am. Might I suggest we split up? Our adventurer friend here can handle old Gridania, whilst List and I cover new Gridania. Given the season, you should no doubt find more than one individual who is flummoxed by their feelings. Strike our pose before those lost souls, and with an outpouring of love, grant them the courage to tell what's in their hearts. There are a few areas in particular I'd like you to visit once you're ready. Just say the word and we can begin. We have the love beam. We now have love heart. I'm gonna put that on my also, what do I get from? Oh, it's just okay. That is not important. Unless there's a vendor. Hang on. Hi there, Savage. Unless there is a vendor here, which I do not see. Hi, Savage. Alright, hang on a second. Social, emotes, general. So we got the different... Whee! Eating a pizza. And then step dance, ball dance. We got the violet. Okay, here it is. Where, okay, so I'm gonna replace attention or bing. There we go. Alright, you're still in my, yeah, you are. You are. Okay. Have I played StarCraft? No, I have not played any of the StarCraft games. Also, do I just stand like that? Yes. Well, to be fair, I paid for the pizza emote. That wasn't done via freebie means. I paid for that emote. Also, did I just see No. I think I'm confusing like another cat girl for Sashera for whatever reason. Unless, hang on a second. She's not hiding, is she? Oh yeah, I've made new friends. They're over in Marlborough, but I believe it's, yeah, so Angelus is solo plays Whatsamahoozies. So hang on a second, I can close that tab. Solo plays the game. So Solo plays the games, that's Angelus, and then over we have, and they were playing with Seath, Gobbo Nikki, and a fella named Looper Link, so Link Lopier. Yes, Solo is on right now. And, yep, there's Savage there. What does the thingamadiggy say here? Hang on. View adventuring plate. You have not made an adventuring plate. You have made just a big buff Durg behind a big cat man. And then, so Code the Yoshi is anywhere but here. And then, look, these are all the different people I've made friends over the years. Okay, so Sasha's offline right now. So there's Tatsu. I think, so yeah, and then we got Savage Bun boy. Which, yeah, so that was back on Ravana. So there's, like, a lot of people that I used to be friends with. Or that, like, I'm still friends with, but they're all, like, from Ravana or something like that still. And then there's... And now we got Zerex, we got Rose, I don't know who that is. Can't remember who that is. Another mole bro. Yeah, alrighty. Cookie for Why-Bye! Goblin Nikki calling Grant's bunny a twink. I'm not a twink. Hang on, where are they? Grant's bang list? No, it's not my bang list, okay? It's not... I don't have a bang list, alright? That would be really weird if I had a bang list. Oh, hang on a second. What do they give me? Nope, don't care about that. Privator. Okay, so I can get the heart chair, chocolates, prismatic hearts. Okay. I'm going to at least get the chair. Alrighty. Boom. Alright, so you're looking ready for something. Alrighty then. Hopefully... Oh, hang on. Announcements. Okay, I need to stop getting distracted. Alright, Zebra streaming. Now... Excuse me. Alright. The goal of... Can you copy different accents? I cannot copy different accents. The oomph, the nom. It's not a nom list. I'm not into that. I'm not into vor. Like, vor is in my list of, like, you know, it's not my fetish, but if an artist draws it really, really well, it looks good. Like Big Big, for instance. But to be fair, Big Big knows how to draw, like, big, fat, booby, and muscular, like, Big Big can do all kinds of amazing art. So them, like, doing the vor stuff is like, oh, it's just like it's like the paprika in a sauce or something like that. Big Big's got that squish? Exactly. Bug. Hang on. Fuck, I lost it. Shit. Alright. Okay, I'm over in my chat, and then... Alrighty, let me get Savage in. Savage! Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Pretty good. And also, one sec.
Ding dong.
Okay, yeah, I was just like, what the heck? Because somebody was calling me.
Ah, okay.
And
No. Fair enough. Alright. I'll give you that, so then that way, if I pull you in for doing any voice lines, you get, like, an updated view, and you don't get a view that's, like, you know, dictated by stream or anything like that because of delays or anything like that.
Oh god.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you're now, like, if I drag you into these MMO nights or any of these kinds of things, sometimes you're gonna need to take part in the stream. Look at them, chat. They're not ready. Are you ready?
Whatever.
Goddamn. Yes, unnamed. Goddamn. Look, I don't have a lot of friends on the internet, okay? But the few times I do make acquaintances and friends on the internet, they're going to be of a particular subgenre of furries, okay? Which makes it even funnier that there's so many like fucking furries that I am friends with on Final Fantasy that are Rothgars and shit. I was a Rothgar for a time, and then the Bunny Boys were released, and I was like, oh hey, the Bunny Boys look a little more humanoid. Maybe the hats will be, you know, more like there'll be more selection of hats. There is not more selections of hats. This is it.
You fucking thought.
Yeah, because, like, here's the thing. This Gunbreaker is meant to have, like, a hoodie. Okay, but this one works. Like, some reason, they decide, like, when it comes to promotional shit, they will do, like, the extra, like, you know, ears and things. But then, like, look at this. This one is meant to have a helmet. There is no helmet. But they'll do crowns. Just make it so that the ears poke through. I could not give a shit if the ears poke through on helmets. Like, just make your decision, Final Fantasy. Like, just pull the band-aid. Either hide the ears when we wear the helmets until you create, like, helmets that are, like, made for the ears and such, or just have the ears poke through.
I had to check that for a second, because I was like,
Fair enough. Alrighty. Alright, so we got Stand with the Sin Eaters, and then we have Exhausting the Last Light. So... Alright, we're gonna go with the, we're gonna go with one or two of the, whatsamahoozy, tank job quests. Because I've not done any of those, and I feel like they might be relatively useful for the, like, coming up missions and what have you. Oh, hey, my bird's here. I've honestly forgotten I had time. Mount up.
it's like you say that, and I'm like, yeah, role quests aren't super important from
They're
what
not?
I know.
They don't do any unlocks or anything like that?
The only thing that they really unlock that I remember is the only thing you really need them for is if you want to get your job gear.
Ah, okay. Well, I think that might be useful. Dick.
But yeah, that's literally it.
Alrighty, let's see how quickly this happens. Oop. Plus, it gets me back into the pressing the buttons and what have you. There we go. That's my grandson! Good clean work. This is clearly not your first time. Let's do this one more, or just to confirm it wasn't a fluke though. Besides, the world could do with less Sin Eaters. Follow me. It shouldn't be much further. Alright, ding, mount up. Alright, one last... So, I'll do the man with too many scars. I'll get that out of the way at the very least. Because it gives me, like, you know, 250,000 experience, which is... Okay, it's not that much, but it's still, you know... It's still worth it. Oh. So how's your days been so far?
Yeah, pretty good for the most part. Aside from the fact that last week my fucking OS drive died.
Oh no. How long have you had the hard drive for?
Coming up on a year. Because it
Oh.
was in August actually that I got it.
Oh, okay. And that was like a brand new one as well? Okay.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
And then like back in December, my fucking my motherboard had just shit the bed basically.
Oh. Oh, so it's like bits and pieces. So you're kind of worried that bits and pieces might start failing?
I'm not worried about it. It's just like what the fuck? Because it just randomly happened with it. Like, Like,
Sorry.
I was literally playing perfectly fine. Like my thing, like with the motherboard, I can kind of understand it because it was like related to a BIOS update that I did.
Yep.
But for the OS drive, I was literally just playing Rainbow Six Siege in a voice chat on Discord with some people, and blue screen.
Ugh.
And then afterward, it tried to reboot, and just nothing, it didn't work.
Okay.
Just didn't end up working, and then I noticed that my drive wasn't picked up.
Sorry to hear that.
The thing that's most annoying about it is just like the thing that's just annoying about it is all the shit that I had on that drive is gone.
So you couldn't even.
Like
so there was like no even way to.
At this point, the only way that could possibly recover anything is like a forensic data recovery.
Yeah, those aren't like something you can do for free. Armory, saddlebags.
And that shit would be expensive.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, last container. So yeah, I recently like went through that scare like back in January, because in the first week, like near the end of the first week of the new year, my GPU crapped out. And that was honestly a like just honestly frightening and unpleasant experience of like rushing to figure out how I could fix anything, organizing RMA and having to wait for responses, and I ended up getting like another GPU to like tide me over, and I was able to like, you know, do some things on it, like, you know, play games or stream, and I even tried a little bit of excuse me, I even tried a little bit of 3D stuff on it and such, but overall, like, I couldn't do a lot of the things I normally did at the same time, like watching videos while playing video games or anything like that. So, but I'm really appreciative that the RMA works and such like that. Did they at least, like, the manufacturers or what have you of your SSD, because it's a year old only, like, did they at least give you a thing to, like, an RMA or warranty?
I haven't gone through it, but I will say for the motherboard, I can do fuck it. Like, they're literally not going to do anything for the motherboard.
That sucks.
At this point, literally when we went to go take a bunch of shit to the dump, I just fucking took it with us.
Okay.
And got rid of it because, like, just a little PSA for people. If you're from Canada, don't buy MSI products on Amazon.
Because it's MSI from the United States, isn't it?
Just do not buy MSI products on Amazon if you're in Canada. Because it's a coin flip whether you'll get a unit with a Canadian serial number or a US serial number. Because that's what happened with me. My motherboard has a US serial number on it, so I'm shit out of luck.
Yeah. Oh, no, I think I remember you raising concern about this, because it was basically a case of you had to do the RMA process within the United States, but they wouldn't go through with it because you were living in Canada. They wanted, like, a US, like, you know, entry or US address and all this other nonsense.
Yeah, it's like you literally have, like, for like if you have a unit, if you happen to have a unit where it's like where it's not like where the serial number isn't linked to the region you're in, you're kind of screwed. Because essentially, like, for that board, they can only service it at a US service center. So yeah, and the US Service Center doesn't ship to Canada. So that's another issue with it. So literally, I'd have to spend the money to ship it to the US Center, get it shipped to somebody in the US that I trust. Whatever they decide to do, if it's just another unit or some shit, whatever they do, I'd have to have it be shipped to somebody in the US, then have them ship it to me. It's fucking bullshit.
There you go.
It's like, why? It makes no sense.
Tax and trade, I think, is the reasons.
Honestly, I see it as more just bullshit reasons to say fuck you and be able to not have to RMA people shit that they bought.
Yeah. First thing that pops into
my personal
head,
opinion,
so who's this guy?
my personal opinion, it doesn't matter if it's a Canadian person who has a US serial numbered product or whatever or whatnot. It doesn't matter if that's another situation. Like, what if I bought it while I was in what if I lived in the US, bought it there, and then I moved somewhere else? Then you're basically screwed. That's why I hate region specific RMAs and warranties. It's stupid.
It is annoying, I will be real with you. Hi there, Furry Cures. No, I do not want to hear what you have to say, Furry Cures, when you make posts like that. We've talked about this. That is that is some passive-aggressive nonsense right there.
And I would say my biggest issue with it is it's literally the same product as you could get. If you put one with a US version of one of their GPUs, motherboards, whatever, next to, if you put a US one next to a Canadian one, I bet you $100 nobody would be able to tell the difference.
Wait, where am I going? Oh, this way.
It makes no sense.
Yeah. The reason, I can see, because it's less about the mechanical reason for why they have the separate, a US motherboard versus a Canadian motherboard. It's not as different at, because, obviously it's getting its power from a PSU, and the PSU changes the power into whatever else. So, by extension, you could probably get away with, US or Australian brands inside a UK-based PC or something like that, because then the PSU would be UK-based and what have you. So, obviously, it's not that. But the reason... Oh, this is Savage. This is Savage Dirk, by the by. The reason for... Yes, I want that UFO, by the by. The reason the warranty is as it is just because it's a mixture of
Calm your rice paddy.
Tax and commerce within the continent and such, because they run on a different currency. They run with a different set of laws in regards to minimum build requirement, minimum service, and all these sorts of such. US, despite the fact the US has all these different state-based what's-a-mahoozies rulings on services or pay and everything like that, amazingly enough, they've gotten their shit in order of basically if anything is done in one US state, then it's usually there's a federal minimum in other states as well, especially in regards to transportation of shirts and such like that. But for example, in Australia, there is a minimum. For some products, it's 2 years, and then for others, it's 5 years. There is a minimum amount. There is no way you can have it's illegal for a store to operate in Australia that says no return policy. That's not a thing in Australia. It's unconstitutional, and Steam got into trouble for that shit. They got sued and didn't go to court, and they, by default got, sued millions of dollars because no one checked their emails, and the courts were like, listen, we sent you multiple times. You've had months. You've not responded back in objection. You've not responded back in acknowledgement and shit like that, but this is obviously an active email because it is listed on your website and such, and you keep meticulous, updates of your site because of the store and yada yada. Clearly, you didn't think this was serious. Eat shit. I absolutely love the Australian government for going against Steam like that. Everyone loves Steam, but holy fucking shit, it's a corporation just like EA and Ubisoft. It does not owe your allegiance in any of the digital currency platforms and shit. Everyone's complaint about like Epic Games and shit like that of like, oh, it didn't have a wish list, or oh, it doesn't have my friends, or oh, it doesn't have achievements. Those are like fucking superficial. These are like superficial excuses and what have you. Everyone just didn't like the idea of going to a different store, as if somehow the PCs like there is no like cost of entry. Like if there was a digital storefront that required you to pay like, I don't know, fucking $2 to have an account forevers or something like that, I think, yeah, sure, then there could be an argument for, you know, when people decide to sell in different storefronts and you have to have like a purchase an account in each of those. But so far, Epic Games, Ubisoft, EA, every single digital storefront we've gotten has not cost us a cent to create an account, which, you know, opens the door for, you know, people being able to create multiple accounts, and then any social media tools or social shit that goes off on those platforms, you then run into the issue of like bullying, impersonation, spam, yada yada. But at least it's not been a case of, hi there, Unnamed. Wait, is Unnamed sitting in my... No, he ain't. No, cool, awesome. Unnamed, get into Final Fantasy XIV again. Play with us. Ding dong. Hang on. There.
Oh yeah, but for the UFO, you're gonna have to get quite a ways into it.
Yeah, because it's a thingy. It's a thingy at Endwalker, right? To do with hunts or something.
Yeah. Well, no. It's not hunts. It's the relic thing. You literally get it when you get to the point of being able to get the last relic stage. It's part of the Manderville quests for the relics.
Cookie for Tema.
I'll just say that. So yeah. Also, speaking of relics, I have one.
I have one too. I have several.
Well, I mean, I have one of the Endwalker ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the Endwalker, one of the Endwalker ones.
Oh.
This is the Machinist one.
Okay, that looks like the fucking design of the GPU raid tower that they showed off in Dawn Trail.
You could also say it's similar to like the Omega stuff.
Right. So, while the two of you were away, I received word that everything is in place, meaning we can proceed with awakening the Talos. Once we imbue the magic, it will stir itself and immediately carry on its designated function, namely, taking Mount Golg in its grasp. Grant, we may be certain that Valkyrie will not look on in idleness as we beat a path to his front door. Once our plans are set in motion, there will be no turning back. So, see to your preparations as meticulously as you may, and I will give the order to proceed as soon as you are ready. Alright. Talk to the Crystal Exarch next. Give the word, and I will relay the order to awaken the Talos. Engage. Fucking ads, I can't live like this. Oh no. Oh, Savage, you know what's something I've learned because of, Pirate Software, the streamer?
What's that?
So, they were doing an experiment where, essentially, blah, 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 blah. So, if you're subscribed to the channel, they obviously get, like, their cut of the subscription, which is normally, like, $2.50 or what have you. And because of that,
Yeah.
there's no advertisement given to them, which means that if you run in an advertisement and it's like 100% subscribers only, no money is made from running the advertisements. With Twitch Turbo, however...
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's the basic function of the Twitch sub. With Twitch Turbo, if an advertisement does run on the channel, they don't get $2.50 from you or something like that because you're running Twitch sub, but... you don't see the advertisement, but you still get the funds from the advertisement run, which is like, you know, whatever percentage of, you know, oh, you get this many cents per user per 30 seconds or what have you. Now they were curious if you have Twitch Turbo and a Twitch sub, because Twitch Turbo gets rid of the ads for you, but it doesn't give you emotes or anything like that. They were wondering, if you have Twitch Turbo and a sub, does that mean there is like no advertisement revenue given to you? There's no like, you know, ad revenue given to you because they're subscribed to you, or do you not get the sub or whatever like that? What's the fun thing is that it's a double dipping. Because they're subscribed to you, they're getting that, you get that $2.50 a month. But because they have Twitch Turbo,
also get but because of the Twitch Turbo, you also get the credit for that.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes. So
that's cool.
So obviously you're not going to get like $2.50 from them.
Okay.
But it makes it so that if you have Twitch Turbo, it gets rid of the advertisements for you across all the platforms and all that kind of such, which is really great. Meanwhile, if you get subbed to a channel, like say for example mine at twitch.tv/GrantZeebs, if you have Twitch Turbo and a sub to me, not only do you not have to deal with advertisements because of either of those two, but any advertisements I would normally run, your account, because of Twitch Turbo, is registered as oh, you had to deal with this advertisement. Here's a sub, or here's a proceeds to the streamer because of it. Or kind can give me a sub. Don't beg for subs in my channel. Aren't you a full-time working person? Aren't you a streamer yourself?
Just talking about Twitch Turbo, I was like, maybe I should subscribe to that, but nope. I'm like, oh, I can't do that.
Twitch Turbo, here's the thing. I used to be subbed to like 30 channels or something like that.
Is it's like $15.
Yeah, here's the thing.
So I can't do that right now.
The cost of a sub is obviously like, you know, $5 or something like that. So if you only like subscribe to like 2 or 3 channels, and you're only looking at those 2 or 3 channels, then Twitch Turbo is hardly like worth it in a pure cost thing, because it doesn't give you the advertisements it doesn't give you the emojis of the channel, and it doesn't register you as a subscriber. So if there is a subscriber only stream or a subscriber only chat, then you don't get the benefit of like, oh, being able to converse or anything like that. But if you're a streamer where you're going to go to like different kinds of streams because of the recommendations of one of your viewers being like, oh, hey, this person is, you know, doing a partner path, or this person is trying to become an affiliate, or yada yada, like however many different options of someone you've never heard of before, then normally it's great there. Or you're like me, who had 30 subscriptions at one point. It was
So funny thing is, I technically have, so I have 7, or no, 6. I have 6 subs currently going for people I watch decently regularly.
Yep.
And then I'm probably gonna add another one, as in you. So that would make it 7. So yeah.
Oh no.
Because I have Thorin, 2 people that I've recently subscribed to because of me getting into Grand Theft Auto 5 RP, and they're really cool.
Yep.
Another friend, 2 other friends of mine, and then Code.
Yep.
So.
Hang on. How do I? There's probably a way for me to see if I. So if I go to subscriptions, there
Actually,
we go.
I can sub to you right now. Get subbed on.
Thank you, Savage,
thank
for
you.
the 22
Get
month
subbed on,
Prime
bitch.
sub.
Thank you for the 22-month subs. All right, I have.
I just I noticed the thing saying like, "Hey, subscribe with Prime," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, my Prime thing's good."
Yep. So I have 6 subs that I'm managing. Blue, Unnamed, Mutasaur, Scribbly, Gore, Kofu, and then there's myself. But myself doesn't really count because I don't have to pay for that.
Yeah.
14 gift subs, however. Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, does it actually... Are these active gift subs, or are these, like, just subs?
The gift subs would be your active ones.
14, then.
The gift subs tab is your active ones.
Yep.
Any ones that aren't active would be in the expired, which I have over 99.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same.
Like 99 plus. Like Jesus Christ, there's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, some of these are like people who I sub to for a while and then they like stop streaming, so I stop subbing to them, or they're just like people who I got gifted a sub to, kind of thing.
Yep. Sub to me, goddammit.
It's like one of those two ways.
So yeah. Yeah, for me, it looks like I have like a mixture of like some of them I've only subbed to a month, so those are obviously like gift subs. Like for some reason there's a dude named Quinn69, so I think that was like a gift bomb and my name popped up for whatever reason. But yeah, then there's like Thorin. I was like subbed to Thorin for like 8 months, but then I just never was able to catch on to their streams. I wasn't using their emotes, and like overall, like when I was cutting back all my subscriptions, I was like,
oh god, I just realized who that one person you mentioned is.
who the fuck
You know
is...
the Quinn69 person?
No, I do not.
I just realized who they are.
Professional Kiwi player. Why
No, hold on. Do you remember the guy who did Omega and was like, "Where are the eels?"
The E-girls.
No, he was saying, "Where are the heels?"
Oh, okay.
Because he died in 2 AoEs that he sat in.
Oh my god.
2 stacked AoEs that he sat in. And he's also the guy who freaked out about the fact that 14 won an award at the Game Awards a while back.
Oh. I
don't know if you ever saw that.
I think it was like, you know, like best community support or best ongoing. Who knows?
Yeah, it was one of those because like he just, from what I could tell, he really doesn't like Fortnite because he really doesn't like 14 because he's shit at it.
I quite like it. I don't know how I am with mechanics,
Like,
full stop, but I like the story.
It just makes me laugh because he bashes 14 and it's like, boy, you didn't even learn how to play the game. It's like, at least learn how the game works before you go bashing it.
Yep.
Like, like, bro.
All right, so I need to close some tabs because I've got way too many of them. Gonna get turbo.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Funny enough, I'm gonna be so whenever Thorn actually gets on next, we'll be messing with working on getting the eternal bonding stuff going.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah, because I ended up buying the stuff.
No.
So that
What level are you going
for?
for?
The 2 bracelet things. Most expensive one. I've already bought them. I have one of them on me, and the other one sitting in my mailbox because I can only have one of them on me at a time.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So my plan is once Thorn gets on, I'll give him the one I have on me. Then I'll pull the other one out of my my mailbox, and then we'll go do the shit.
If you're not too,
Because they.
Oh, sorry.
Because it's like they don't have the ability to just gift it, so I just had to buy 2 of them.
Yep.
To make it easier.
So, for those of you who may not know what Savage is talking about, the eternal bonding ceremony in Final Fantasy XIV is essentially a wedding.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and it's one of those things where you can only be married to one person at a time as well. And I think, isn't there like a grace period where if you separate and shit, you can't like be together with someone else for like months or something?
I don't know about that, but I know you can only have it done with one person from what I remember. And I also know that you have to be on the same world, the same home. You have to have the same home world.
You can't be like, visiting in different worlds. It can't be long distance.
No, like literally both people have to have the same home world.
Right.
So you can't have you can't have it where it's like one person is on like Goblin as their homeworld and the other is on Balmung as their homeworld. Yeah. They both have to be on the same one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For Thorn and I isn't an issue.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me because
Brindleer,
world visiting wasn't like a thing at the start, but now there's it. Anywho's. But yeah, so and once you have like there's a ceremony, you have to like pay real money to get like the bracelets you said they were?
Yeah. I'll actually it's literally called Promise of Devotion and it's a bracelet.
Yeah.
And while you're doing the quests for it to like actually go through that stuff, you have to have both people have to have it on. Like basically the two people doing it have to have it on and they have to be in a party of just them.
Yeah.
So as an example, Thorin and I will have to have them on and we'll have to be in a party together. But I will say, I understand the idea of both the people like doing the ceremony having to be on the same homeworld.
Yeah.
There's one thing I wish wasn't a thing. You cannot attend one of those ceremonies if you're not on the same homeworld as the couple having the ceremony. That is fucking bullshit.
Okay, so if you're like a guest and your friends on Mulbro, for instance, are going through a ceremony, so you in Goblin can't visit Mulbro to go into the instance where they're having their ceremony and such.
Exactly. The only way you could go in is you have to make, like, basically, if you want to attend, you got to make a character over on that server. Kind of thing. That's how fucked up it is.
Oh.
And here's the thing. Not only do you have to have a character on that server, even if you want to go through the method of, you just make an alt for that, you have to get that alt to level 15 before you can attend.
Okay, 15 isn't like the worst though, to be real with you.
Yeah, it's not that bad, but think about it. If you just heard about it the same day that the event that the shit's going down.
Yeah, okay.
That'd be a pain in the ass.
That would be. So
compared to if they just let you attend it while visiting, where it's just, oh hey, you just go to Gridania, Ul'dah, or Limsa and just poof over, and you're good. You just poof over to the fucking server, have one of the two people having the ceremony give you a freaking invitation, and boom, you're good to go. But no, they don't let you fucking do that for some reason. It's stupid.
All right. So when you do your ceremony and your quest line with Thorn and such like that, are you gonna have like an aspect of it treated like a wedding where it's like, oh, here are some RSVPs where you send out like a week or two ahead of time where it's like, oh hey, we're gonna be doing this quest line together, and then we're gonna be attending the session. We're gonna be on this world. If you would like to attend, please, RSVP or get a character up to level 15 on this world.
Yeah. Because, like, I know we're gonna, like, start things, whenever the next time Thorin's on is. But, I don't know, like, when we're gonna do shit yet.
Fair enough. Because
obviously we have to get to the point where we can actually pick out a date, and then it's just seeing which ones are available, basically.
It's not going to be like the fucking house lotto in Final Fantasy where you have to bid for a random day or something like that, right?
Basically what it is when you're selecting the date to do it, essentially like each week there's like certain slots that are open. I believe it's typically up to I think it's the Friday beforehand. The Friday of the week prior that you have, when it's just, I think the Friday of the week the week prior is like the last time you can actually go through that stuff. But essentially, you would just go over to the person, and they'd give a list of all the dates that are available. And then you can, and then it'll also tell you, like, it'll say, like, it'll list out the days of the week, and then it'll mention, oh, hey, there's these many openings for each day, kind of thing.
Okay.
And then it's just, you just pick which one you want to do. It's a first come first serve, of course, but it's literally just a situation of just find an open slot and select that date and time.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not too complicated.
Alrighty then. Alright, back to Final Fantasy XIV's main quest line as we activate the Talos. And I think this one is a voice dialogue as well.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs.
Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
Thank you, astrology man.
Then you need only say the word.
I can't
Let us begin.
take
See that
fucking
everyone is in
Urianger
position.
seriously in his astrologian attire. Like, there's
forget
something that
Baldwin,
irks to me
mountain and all.
suburban. Let's just look at, like, I don't, like, nothing on the back, because it looks like the weapons look cool, but, like, the attire, I don't know, there's just something that, nah.
Here it comes!
Oh, good for you, Chai. Oh. Oh, that's just a hand. Okay, I didn't think it... I thought it was just gonna be, like, I don't know, fucking 15, 30 feet, and it would just, like, have, like, hooks or something, and then just go, like, pulling it down. Like, just army ant sort of scale of strength. Not, like... Holy fucking shit. It's bigger than the fucking mountain it's about to grab!
Yes, yes! You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger!
It's losing pieces.
Do you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain. Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
4-3 marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice. Is that?
Oh, it's the fucking what's-mahoozy, yeah.
Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless.
This is one of Seshara's like favorite characters in Shadowbringers right now.
Summon us in times of need, we expressly said, yet what should we find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name? Yes, we may also have said that we Fae folk have no interest in the struggles of men. But if our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to his aid. Of course we would. What are we to do with him? We are so very, very sad. You will play with us. Cheer us up again!
Holy shit. They're mad at me.
This I did not expect, but I will gladly accept their help. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others. Join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
Where's my... Alright, so we're going this way. Dun, dun. Hey, it's the snowman again! Savage, it's the snowman again!
Oh.
This dude. Matsuo Namikaze. I have this man. This fucking dude I have seen in a number of different points in my journey. Like, who is this? Who is this? This can't be just some fucking random and it's like coinciding, oh, I just so happen to be at pace to, you know, where... Who is this?
I'm not sure.
Like, is there a way of me like just being able to like, hang on a second. Hope your day is well. My day is going well. Matsuo Namikaze. How is it and they're a traveler too. So yeah, like they're from Lamia Primal, it says here. So they're not even from.
So they switched data center.
Yes.
They traveled.
They went
DC
from
and everything.
Yeah, so they changed from one North American data center to another. I'm just gonna capture this very quickly. Also, there, hi Velk. Ding, and then grab the. There we go. I'm just gonna keep that, cause like, it says they're like they run the weekends, and it's like they run the weekends like a very long time, like in my like according to my time zone, like going up against like. Who is this? Who is this man? There we go. Yeah, you're seeing him too. Yashtara! Everyone is here? Good. The Talos has taken hold of the mountain. As planned, we will use its body as a bridge to reach Vol 3 Sanctuary. The Sin Eaters will make us work for every yalm, of course. But we will carve a path through their ranks and meet with their master, regardless. Ugh. Last one's there is a rotten egg. I need to remember to eat my egg as well before I go further in case I've run out of time.
But yeah, I have no clue who that would be.
Yeah. Hey, Mount Golg has been unlocked. The temptation to invite this man to the party and just be like, "Hey, you wanna join us?" But if it's the chair, it means they're offline. Or no, they're not offline. They're
AFK.
They're AFK. So they've probably done that for like however long, waiting for me to arrive. And then, yeah, extinguishing the last lights. All right. So actually, hang on a second. Before I go, friends list. I'm gonna review it one more time. Okay, so it says all these people are online. Are they actually online? Weird. Hang on. Oh yeah, they won't be at level for this. And then there's just... yeah, there's just you. And then over in the guild that I'm in, no one else is online. Some people haven't come on in like years. Jesus.
Oh yeah, funny enough, thinking about it, to think. I have to double check.
Wonder why I'm there and not unable to retrieve? I think it's because so there was a series of friends I had back when I was on, Bahamut, I think it was, or Urubos, but this was before the data center transfers and what have you. And so when I changed from the North American data center to the Oceania, all of those were like, you know, the unable to receive stuff. But then they released the data center transfers and such. And I think when they did that, when they did the whole, oh, you can like, you know, visit other data centers and such, it meant that you could now make friends in other data centers. So when I, you know, inevitably made my move back from, you know, Ravana over to, you know, a North American server for, you know, there being more people, it meant that many of the friends I've made, or, you know, friends I've made from, you know, Ravana and such, are here. But then comes like the obvious issue of what's the point, because you can't travel from an Oceania data center to a North American data center. But apparently Square Enix are experimenting with like a cloud, like some sort of cloud-based server. Like last year there was something like that. You're unable to retrieve from me. Huh. I don't know, somehow it has that stuff, I guess. Friend number. Alright, let's... Yep. So I am item level 515. Yep, 515, and it will item sync to 420. Blaze it! Alright, let's see how quickly this goes off. Hey, he moved! He moved! Who is this jolly red-suited man following me? I don't know if he's following me or not, but like, it's very coinky-dink. So, the Lollihop, it's called. Lol, add to blacklist. No, do not add this man to blacklist. So, view adventuring place. Like, who is this man? This man haunts my dreams. Who is he? Also, how did he get there? Hang on. Nope. And then nope. Oh, and then back. So.
You did all that one. You could just pop up here.
Hop. I don't think I have the Lollihop. Do you have it?
I might. I forget. I don't. Damn. Oh yeah, because that's probably a Beast Tribe one that I haven't, which I haven't gotten my I haven't gotten that that far.
Alrighty. Fair enough. Flying also okay, but I don't have the flying yet in this area because yeah.
Yeah,
look at this. Look at this savage. Look at them. Also, it's kind of funny that the gun is so far away from your back right now.
Oh yeah, it actually is.
Yeah.
And then when I'm on the ground normally, it's like right next to my back.
Still gotta be, yeah.
Oh yeah, of course I can just casually do this. Where's the fucking thing? I can just casually.
Just die. Oh, there he goes.
Just casually die.
Where is he going? You do. Oh my god. I have like so many of these being given, and they're like such a waste.
Yeah.
So, and then I also.
I don't know
have,
that
like,
they're a Savage Raider. Just seeing what's in chat. Didn't seem like it was. They just had the normal raid gear.
Yeah, I wasn't. Oh, he literally flew away on the feet. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah. Oh derp, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, and what's
I
more,
should have realized that because fucking. I should have realized that because where is it? Here we go. What? I have it too.
Oh yeah, Savage doing Savage Rage. Should have known. But yeah, like there is a
that. Honestly, that series of raids wasn't too bad. This one though, oh my god.
Kaze. Oop,
The set for
spelled that
this one,
wrong.
oh my god.
Matsu. Oh, there we go. So yeah, because I think you can find people on like lodestones and things as well.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, what?
He's back on the rock.
Wait.
Yeah, so it looks like he just didn't do this tier. Which is the same thing with me.
He's got the orb! P5A
I shall ponder the orb as well.
Nor the...
Pondering the orb.
Are you watching me right now? They're sitting in here, aren't they? They're sitting in here, just quietly observing me. Just being like, yes. Yes, slowly but surely this furry is becoming a weeb. Unbeknownst to the fact that I was a weeb prior to being a furry. Just like, yes. Hey, there we go, it popped off.
Which I still love that this mount shapeshifts.
The temptation of canceling this
Does it
and
go-
going like, hey, Matsuo, you're coming with us.
Because it goes from orb to cube to upside down triangle.
Nice.
Or upside down pyramid. And there's a very specific criteria as to when it does that.
Alrighty.
Because cube is flying, orb is obviously on the ground, and then upside down pyramid is underwater.
Alright. Royal Guard, there we go. Alrighty.
So it is you.
Ooh.
I had to remember, like, oh yeah, I don't have to do anything in particular. Oh god, I need to turn that off. Fucking hell, I hate this stupid thing.
Wait, which one is my... There it is. Ah, shit. Here we go. Dink, aura to stay alive. Reduce the damage by 30%. Hopefully the healer isn't going to be too, like, thingy-diggy about that.
About what?
Me, like, running and grabbing this many peeps.
Honestly, most healers won't have an issue with that. They, at least, like, unless they're, like, somebody who, like, if they've been playing healer for a while, most healers who've been playing for a while will prefer when tanks pull big.
Yeah. Is it because of the case of there's, like, magic users have, like, more AoE stuff, or?
No, it's just allows the group to get through the dungeon bigger or quicker usually.
Astrologian. Oh, okay.
And also, like, most of the time it's not really an issue for the healer to
Focus
heal
on...
somebody, heal a tank when they're fucking doing bigger pulls.
Yeah, because if they're doing bigger pulls, it means they're grabbing... Like, as if they're running ahead and shit, it means they're more likely grabbing onto things, like, sooner than the DPS. So they're not, you know, throwing their,
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's, like, the main thing, is just making sure to grab aggro of, like, all the, like, when you're doing this kind of shit. Like, hell,
Did one of them
usually,
just do a
like,
DPS check or something?
some of them sit to actually cast abilities, I remember. But yeah, like, typically for me, like, for dungeons like this, I'll pull as much as I can. Although that's me. That's somebody who's playing. Although that's me as a warrior player, because Unga Bunga.
Yep. No,
Don't have to
fair
worry
enough.
about healing.
Yeah, no, I like warrior
Like,
for the
literally,
Onga Bungas.
bloodwetting plus AoE is enough to get me back from like 25% HP to full. Like, it's so easy for me to get, like if you saw me tanking, you'd notice that my HP very much goes up and down.
Okay.
A lot, because obviously there's a lot of damage coming in, but I also just out heal it a lot of times.
Yep.
It's usually hard for me to die as warrior, just because fucking warrior's just insane.
Yep.
For dungeons. Which, like, out of all the tanks, warrior is still my, like, the most comfy one for me to play in dungeons.
Yeah, whenever I do like unsynced content, it's normally warrior, because it's like if I do my 1-2-3 combo, I'm healing myself, which, you know, sort of fits in the theme of like when doing your like normal like synced raids and what have you. Oh, Jesus Christ, I did not realize. Come on, there we go.
I just thought about it, like, we're both using gun classes right now.
Nice.
Because I'm as Machinist, you're as Gunbreaker.
The Machinist came out before the Gunbreaker, though, right?
Yep, they came out in Heaven's Ward.
Yep. And then Gunbreaker came out in Shadowbringers.
Yep. So aside from the base game, it went Dark Knight, Astrologian, Machinist.
Yep.
Then it was Samurai Reaper. Or no, Samurai Red Mage.
Yep.
Samurai Red Mage in Stormblood. Then it was Gunbreaker Dancer in Shadowbringers. Then we had Reaper Sage for Endwalker, and then we're getting
Pictomancer and Viper.
Viper as the Dawn Trail ones.
Yeah. There's going to be,
and of course it's, which I'm just gonna mention, I hate that they're doing that for their dual DPS time. They're doing a fucking caster and a melee. Honestly, in my opinion, it should have been caster Fizz range. Like, we have enough fucking melee. Like, they really need to stop adding melee for a while. Because we have 5 of them at the moment, and we're gonna have 6 come next expansion.
What's he doing?
Honestly, in my opinion, the next 4 DPS better not be melee. Like, we need more. I want more variety in terms of Fizz range and caster.
What do I do with this one? How do I? Oh, okay. Does not stun. Of course it doesn't. What about arm sense? Is that... So why is everyone... Am I not doing my job? Like, other people are taking damage right now.
It's the like cone thing, that the cone attack that's why.
Oh, okay. So it's just a case of people just falling out of the explosion.
Okay, I'm good. I need to slightly scooch this way.
God damn it.
There we go, I'm good.
I did not do that right.
I haven't done this dungeon in a while, but like, it's funny that I'm able to figure out, like, I think I'm good right here.
Dink. Three, and then Public Light. Has this guy even been doing any sort of magic shit? Oh, Limit Breaker already?
I literally don't even have to move. What the fuck?
Lucky.
After that, the one just before that, of that mechanic, I literally I haven't even moved since like the second or third one.
Damn it, I pressed the wrong thing. I was meant to correct super boiled. Except, come on. And then... Oh, Jesus Christ. Ah! They hate me.
Well, I just tanked that as a machinist. What the fuck? Just like, bruh.
Yep. Striking and aiming. I'm gonna pass on those two because I died like so many times. I was doing so well! I was doing so well! And then in the boss fight, it's just like, oh, getting hit by and getting all these vulnerability stacks. Like a fucking idiot.
Scurrying about my domain like insects! I will not suffer it!
Oh, shit. Are all the dogs dead? Yeah, that's all the dogs dead. There we go. So, yeah. You can have a full group as gun wielders, 2 gunbreakers, 2 sages, and 4 machinists. Nice.
Velk, I'll do you one better. 3 gunbreakers, 6 sages, and 15 machinists. Alliance raids, baby.
You know what's one of the things I want to try and do, like, once I catch up to MSQ content? I want to go up and do,
No
what
closer!
the hell? Why are you not...
Filthy creatures!
Get back here. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. There
Well, no,
you
like,
go.
I'm talking about, like, in the sense, Velk, like, you just have a whole Alliance raid of just gun wielders.
Oh, shit.
I want to do it. Like, I want to get people together for that kind of shit. It would be funny as hell.
Mm-hmm. Barely see anything from all this white. It's so bright. Fuck. Oh, let me just. I again. You. And you. There we go. Nice.
Oh, I will say good luck with this fight.
Hang on a sec, there's a treasure coffer. No, I wanna open it, Oh. Ooh, vending. Yes, please. Alrighty. Okay, what the fuck is that?
Behold the Rubik's Cube of Death.
Okay, so it is a Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, basically. Well, let's get to it.
Alrighty. Oh, and now it picks up on the fucking normal boss music of da, 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 da. Alright. Oh, Jesus Christ. Smack the fucker.
Corners.
Oh, corners? Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, so I just need to be mindful of where the faces are. So the bottom left of our field is bottom left. All right, so we want to go for edges like here. Okay, why did you do that? Cataclysm again. Ow. The fuck?
Okay, so that's... Yeah, that's... Let's see what they're gonna do next.
Is all of this magical?
Oh,
also...
be in those, be in these.
Oh, be in those, okay.
Yeah, be in it when the orb comes down.
Okay.
Because if no one's in those, from what I remember, that does a big AoE.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. No, wrong thingy. Okay, do we stand in... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, white. There we go. Is that it?
Yeah, so for that one, you want to make sure... Yeah, you gotta be careful. I forgot about those, so I had to think for a second when that happened.
Alright, so we need to be in edge cubes, like... Oh, no. Oh, actually, yeah. Because, yeah, that's an appropriate corner. Oh my goodness. I thought I was just gonna be the Rubik's Cubes! Fucking...
Yeah, it's not that simple.
Oh, they're just keeping the DPS dead? Okay.
They're probably waiting for Swiftcast.
Alright, okay, so any of the lefts or the rights? There we go.
Summon my robot.
Here. Yep, edge. That works for me.
Yeah, that area is better for you because obviously you need to be near the boss.
Yeah, keeps me in range so I can do all my melees. So
yeah, for stuff like that, at least for this fight, from what I remember, there's always a spot for melee to have uptime.
Yeah. All right, and then this one wants us down the middle and. Okay, so probably...
On me.
Yep. Oh, I did my button mashing wrong.
Like, even though I haven't done this in a while, I still remember how it works.
Yep.
Okay, so it's gonna be that one.
Oh,
I know the orbs are gonna spawn.
And I want to be down here-ish.
I'm pretty sure... yep, up here works as well.
Yep, that one works better.
There we go.
Woo!
Just casually walking through the blocks as it
This time I'm
apart.
gonna greet it.
I am righteousness.
Time.
Oh fuck! I greeted that aiming thing instead of need.
Hmm.
Whoopsie. Yep, Rubik's Cube of Death is now dead.
You... Me trying to type really quickly while I'm auto running.
Anything by yourselves.
Oh, hang on. One of them has decided to... There we go. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That was a lot of orange. Oh, thank Christ. I was worried for a second. I'm gonna do it to try and reduce the amount of hits. There we go. Arm's length. Nice. Oh, Lord. I'm just popping all my mitigations. And Sash is missing out on all of this. She had to take an appointment, apparently, or something. Because I sent a message to her in Discord, because I knew... Like, she's normally excited for when I come into these... when I get to these what's-in-the-whoosies.
Mm-hmm.
Go
Funny enough,
through
you
the...
mentioned that. It's like I had an appointment earlier today.
Oh, please, you didn't
Actually.
skip that, did you? Oh no, this is evening for you.
No, it was literally like I had it. It was like almost 8 hours ago.
Oh, I'm probably not gonna get that. Oh, did I get?
It was literally almost 8 hours ago.
Oh no, I didn't get the Paladin arms. Damn it, that would have been good.
But yeah, like that appointment I went to was like 8 hours, like almost 8 hours ago at this point.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's for this basically there's a like this condition I have with my skin that basically there's like a bunch of shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a rash and shit.
Yep.
Like over my face and my body. And I went to a dermatologist about it, and he was like, yeah, that's very serious. So they recommended a certain treatment that should be able to clear it up within about, I take it every so often. Because it's, from what I remember, it starts, so, like, I just had the one, my first one of it.
Yep.
And apparently the next one's supposed to be in 4 weeks, then it's every 12 weeks after that, basically. And it should get things cleared up within about a year, which will be nice.
It'll take a while. I mean, a year is still a year, but that's good.
Well, they want me to, like, do it for a year, but I believe it should possibly, like, just be fixed a bit earlier. I don't know. But it's just the idea that it's going to be completely fixed at this point. That's what I'm happy about. Because I've had to deal with this shit for so many years now. Like, just having something that can completely clear it up at this point.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I'm glad I'm able to read these palms with relative,
God.
like, ease and understanding.
I'm just like, lol. I love the fact that I can fucking just like I can snapshot like AoEs and shit.
Oh, what a convenient bridge based off his corpse. Ah, big stretch. Oh. Oh. Why does that one look familiar? Consort of sin of forgiven obscenity? Is that how you say it? Okay. Here we go. Hey, I remember this music. Young, a bing. Fuck is these powers? Jesus. Also, the DPS guy is getting a lot of hits in. Valthree's blessing grants the foe the ring of what's Methusi. Oh Jesus! What the fuck was that?
I forgot it does that. I forgot that one. That attack does that.
Oh shit. I've got like I've got vulnerability stacks on me, so this is gonna be a stay in the circle. Alright, stay in the circle.
Yeah, that outer circle is a death area.
Yep, okay. And then
Now we just gotta wait. And it's this one. Get by this one.
How do you tell the difference?
On me. You're looking for the one that had. Did you see the yellow rings?
Oh, the halos. So this one in the center.
Yeah, you're looking for the yellow rings, and get on me. Okay. Yeah, for that one you wanna not be in front of her, and you also don't want to be like, for what you just saw there, the second part, you don't want to be. You don't want to be in front of her or by one of those circles. But yeah.
Okay, I don't know about the circle one. That one kind of like went right past me.
You'll see it again.
So.
Let's see. Left side. Get over here.
Okay.
And then move here.
Oh, okay. So when the orb gets to the ring, it finally fires off. So you want to...
Yeah, basically, it shows them in the order that they're going to go off.
Okay. I am almost dead, and I am going to need... Horoscope primed. Oh, alright.
Just outside of this AoE.
Yep. Oh, okay. I see it. So, yeah.
Yeah, for that one, I usually just go just outside of it. Outside of the first AoE she shows, because then you'll typically be safe.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, and again, make sure to look for the one with these
halos,
glowing rings.
So there should be two of them on her, or is it just the one?
Just look for, because if you see, these ones don't have it, so it's gonna be the middle one.
And
yep, just outside her ring.
And not like, yep, cool.
And boom, that's perfect. Now we gotta wait for her to do this again. And now I usually go to her sides just to be safe.
Those rings. Yep.
Yeah, those ones. You don't want to be in line with those.
Yep. So basically,
not only does she do the one that goes out fucking in front of her, she also does ones that go out from those circles.
Yeah. So from the sides and from the back. So very obvious sort of
Yeah, usually like for that attack
square.
I just sit like directly beside her. You can usually use this little arrow I'm next to on her circle. as a gauge for that kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Like the little arrow there on her like ring.
All right. So
her target ring.
outsides.
Outer side. Yeah, outer sides, and then we'll move in after the second one.
Yep. Don't.
And boom, there we go.
There we go. Yeah.
But yeah, I like to use these little arrows on the sides of the target ring for the bosses, just to like it helps for mechanics where the safe side is the sides of the boss.
Yeah, because it gives it's as
that
good
does
of an
come up
as it
in
gets.
a few fights.
Yeah, because there's some where it's like the ring is like fully closed, but it'll give you like thingy. But then there's some where it's like a broken ring. So, yeah. Woo! This one in the first boss should be familiar. It's Monster Hunter bosses? What? No. The Monster Hunter was Diablos and shit. Dong, ding, bam, habing, greed, and greed. I've already... Okay, so I pass on that one. Go. Nice. Yay! You have to look at the boss for the tells. Yeah. I'm too used to like the Mountain Dew piss stains like at the on the ground for like my indicators for AoEs half the time. So
Which I have to think. I think the next do we get in the trial right after this?
yeah, I think there is a trial after this, and then there's like 2 or 3 missions.
I know there's a trial, but do we? I'm trying to think if we immediately get to it. I'm gonna double check while you're doing this.
What is Vol 3 going to look like? I wonder.
You stand to gain
Ridic.
Had you only entrusted fate to me, there would have been peace for all. You could have lived bliss in my eternal paradise, free from the burdens of conscience and purpose.
Peace assumes many forms, and I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might justify the means. Ignorant as I was, I had hoped that you might mend your ways and join hands with us, that we might strive together for the happiness of all. But no more. Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words.
Hang on, sorry, I need to...
Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself. If your paradise can be rebuilt so long as you alone survive, it exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Hear me, Vorthri. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect. They know their own hearts. They know what they want for this world. And by lending their strength to our cause, they have spoken.
I refuse to elaborate because I don't know what I just said.
Damn it, Furry Cures. This is important cutscenes.
No matter how hard you may try to bend the world to your will, we will never yield.
Silence! Not another word! You presume to lecture me. Insolent worms. You will learn your place. With my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all that I am the zenith of mankind and sin eater both, chosen to rule over creation by might
fly. What the
of
hell?
transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Find Vorthree. We will hold the Eaters here. Come! Let's finish this!
Wait, what silence are you talking about, furry cures? There shouldn't be any silence. Yeah, no, all the bars and thingies madiggies are doing their thing. The Crown of the Immaculate! Alrighty. Clear selection, Crown of the Immaculate, join. Ah, there isn't a... damn it. Currently in another world. Is this gonna be a fun fight, Wolf? I don't know if this is gonna be a fun fight. Savage, is this gonna be a fun fight?
Yeah, it is one.
Alright, fair enough.
I like it.
Radio, radio. Ah, nose. So someone has made a different kind of shout out tool. Like, have you ever heard of frostytools.com?
I haven't. I've not heard of a place.
So, like, this was in another stream that I was like watching and such before I you know, started streaming and such, and they said it was like generative AI, but I don't know where, like, I don't know where it got that, because it doesn't mention on the site that it's a generative. Oh wait, hang on. Living portraits, sound that move, pre-craft the words, then let viewers. Okay, so made by Ken, aka Frost. Okay, hang on. Streaming, just go. Okay, so they are doing deep learning. So they are doing generative AI stuff, but it looks. Huh? Hang on. Facing challenge. Posting large amounts of unsolicited advertisements, malicious links, or general spam with a botted or automated account. That would have been likely because of the... How? When rating time hits, find the right vibes. Asking for trivia. Okay, so oh, hang on, never mind. The Crown of Immaculate is now available. But yeah, someone seemed to have made a tool to like do shoutouts. But rather than it just being a generic, like, oh, hey, check out this person, they last played Ba, rather than that, it was a case of they came up with a customized message, oh, check out this person this week who has been doing this and that. Like, it was a lot more expressive.
Acknowledge your king, your god!
I'm honestly surprised that he's walking standing up. Oop.
Come, prepare for judgment. This will be a
Am I the off tank? Yep, I'm the off tank.
Yeah.
To me, my servants, feast upon these villains and their foul sins. I will crush you. Fine! Fine if you refuse to die! I will strip you of the illusion of will! Then you will suffer! Yes! That will be your punishment!
Why am I... Oh, there we go.
Receive of me my blessing and rise higher! I will crush you! Suffer, suffer, suffer! Suffer and know your folly! Damn you! Why do you not more?
He's dying fairly quickly.
Why? Why?
Oh, his wings are getting bigger.
It
What the fuck is he turning into?
What? What is this?
He's not gonna explode, is he?
The light surges within me. Such bliss. I see now. This
Oh.
is the passion of my ascension.
Well, that's bullshit.
Anywhere. I shall embrace this trial.
Turning him into fucking, I don't know, fucking Lucifer Morningstar right now? Fucking goal.
Feel my wrath.
Oh my god. What the Dark
Oh,
Knight said in
Jesus.
chat.
Oh no, he's hot. He's mewing. It was very tempting, like, having that as a fucking sound bite of just fucking Patrick, or no, not Patrick, Squidward just being like, oh no, he's even hotter. Winged reparation. What? Interesting. Ooh. You're about to die, Savage.
Feel my wrath. Your reckoning comes.
We kill these?
Kill the tethered one first.
Yep. There we go, and then...
Next tethered one. Always go for the tethered one.
Because then if you aren't killing the tethered one, then it does like a...
From what I know, the tethered one is the one it's currently getting progress from. And we want to stop it from getting the progress for the shit.
Yeah. Because I noticed, like, it looked like someone died, so I was wondering if it was...
Because if you see the Immaculate Authority there...
It's going up.
Yeah.
So...
We wanna stop that as early as we can.
Yep.
I shall excise the sin of your existence.
Yeah, because this is about to happen.
Alright, I'm just gonna try and survive this. Yay, oh. I survived!
Haha, slide casting, let's go! I slide casted one of my fucking spells.
Where's my savage? There. Oh, damn it, I can't get my ability up in time. I was gonna try and do the fucking Heart of Stone thing, but I don't know the hotkeys to go for.
Yeah, so I'm glad I set my stuff up in the way I do.
Feel my wrath.
Because, like, I've always had, like, some, like, if there's stuff that's shared between classes, I typically put it in the same spot. So it makes it really nice, like for stuff like reprisal, addle, feint, shit like that. I'd put in the same spots.
Here we go.
Same thing with like rescue on healers. It's always the same button.
Yeah, because I think even between my tanks, my rampant and reprisals are actually in different positions, and I need to fix that.
Oh my god, that like. And like, as an example, like typically if a class has a 1-2-3 combo, it's in the exact same spot.
Yeah, no, my
every class.
Yeah, my 1-2-3 is the
same
same
thing with
on
the
every class. Ador. Yes, I did the hardest stone in time.
Atone with your life. Feel my wrath.
Well, it's almost dead. Woo!
I am all powerful.
Oh, he's not. They all left. Okay. Oh, you left as well. What the hell? Did everyone just leave? Like, just went boom. Alrighty. Is that 4-3? I see. It's finally over then. Now night will return to all of Norverond and bringing salvation to both our two worlds. Hi there, Duskplume. What a wonderful time to enter. Yes, so we have defeated Vol3, who turned into like a, you know, Lucifer Morningstar angelic person. Upon speaking with Reen, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Alright. Right now it's 11:27. I am going to run or 12:27, sorry. I'm going to run an advertisement before we go into the cutscenes, because what I want to do is I want to get myself a quick snack, so then that way, you know, it's just me enjoying it as the cutscenes are going off. And while I'm going to do that, advertisement will run, so then that way there's not going to be any advertisement when the cutscenes go off, okay? Screw you, unnamed. Alright, so I'm going to run that. Any of you that are, you know, not dealing with that kind of shit can get the BRB screen. There you go. Oh.
Diddums.
Oh.
Diddums. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, that GrantZeebs. What a guy. What a
yes.
complete himbo bottom.
Yeah, what a character.
Nah.
Alright, hang on.
Wait, I just realized what you just said.
Vel
What the
didn't
hell?
get an ad? Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe you're...
You take that back.
Who knows? Alright, let me get my drink. Yeah, no, this is a zebra. This is, like, you know... I'm moving my arms as if the 3D model is going to do that too. This is a model that I actually had done by a artist named Wolkie AD. You'll notice, you know, so I've, you know, retweeted his stuff sometimes on Twitter. And so I followed a tutorial that Stunner Pony made on how to create a really cheap sort of audio visualizer that instead of it being just a general, like, you know, bar going, you know, up and down crazy like, it's instead a little GIF here that just shows my zebra talking. He even blinks a few times. So yeah. Wait, this isn't simple and clean. What fucking intro is this? I thought every game opened with simple and clean. Everything we're seeing just there should just be simple and clean. Could you give me too many things? Maybe, baby. Like, all right. Fabupona, hi. This bear that you drew for the pecan bear is absolutely adorable, and I love it. My particular fave is the style of the coat. I'm just cooking popcorn right now, so it should be done before the advertisement is. Beautiful, it's wholesome, and I love it. Ooh! Oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we not realize that was the first thing you were gonna stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big sword.
I really like the sword.
You shove through your chest.
Shove it up your ass.
Look at the.
I'm focused on murdering her.
Look at the titties.
Grant, stop looking at the titty.
But it's so good.
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder the shit out of me.
Fucking try me there. Damn it, there's a Keck W in my way. Move, Mega. Darn it. Gwen. Or go damn it, I wish you. Oh! Shit. Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need. Oh!
I win.
Yes! Nice work! Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? You can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes! Ah! Oh, thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I'd win.
Oh shit! Hey, Griffin! Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like just congratulations, Cap, and Cap is just like, nah, I'd win. And then Peter Griffin.
How do I clip?
All right. Oh my god. I'm back. For that. There should be no more advertisements. Yeah, just can't do anything correctly, and this is supposed to be like. Hang on. Where's my? There's this. Linux broke in a positive way. Wait, you've been playing on Linux this entire time for fucking like, Final Fantasy shit? After the next. Alrighty. Savage, you there?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. Should you leave the area, you may return here by speaking with a sentry posted at the entrance of Mount Golg. This should be good.
Why am I cast down? But it is you who are the villains.
Look, you were a fat man turned into an angel. That's very much just, you know, Lucifer incarnate, all right? You're very much the villain in this scenario, no matter how good you look.
Father told me that I am hope. I am righteousness. That I am a god. That is why I was born, as man and sin eater both. I kept the people safe. They respected me. Worshipped me. How can this be? I should be the one looking down at you.
Could you imagine my character, like, in the cutscene right now, just eating popcorn or something like that?
I am your god.
Look, the sky.
Woo! Nighttime! Nighttime! Daytime! Nighttime!
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me. I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathies, sir.
Emmett?
You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
Yeah, I think that's Emmett, isn't it?
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
My apologies for the intrusion.
Yep.
But I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign.
How's it going, Duskplume?
But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being, a king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
So, Emmett created the Sin Eater human.
Amazing. Before my Vorthri, they behave as docile pets. With this gift, my line shall be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
Interesting words, considering it was Vorthri that decided to get fat and into a sloth. Was he always fat, was the thing? Oh, we'll never know.
Are you alright? Say something!
No, I am on fire right now. There's a huge amount of light that's, like, burning me.
12 Fend. He cannot contain the light. He's beginning to turn. Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time.
He didn't have anything up his sleeve, did he?
It's changing back.
The combined power of every Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear. And so I shall relieve you of it.
Crystal Exarch?
Exarch, what are you doing?
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds.
What?
As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence.
Oh, yeah. real quick.
Who would choose
Shut up,
to
shut up, shut up, shut up,
You do
shut
know
up,
this
shut up,
person.
shut up.
They might go elsewhere and begin anew.
I am not gonna get spoilt.
And thus did I use you.
No, no, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense.
Damn you! We won't let you do with him as you please.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go!
So the Crystal Tower is in all the fucking, like, sources and shit.
You knew of this, Urianger.
Ow.
Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success. The Exarch will never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Then, what does he mean to do?
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrent.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered.
Who are you? There's things that feel familiar.
Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
Show us! It's the cat boy! It's the cat boy from the fucking Crystal Tower, Alliance raid!
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing.
So in our, like...
My friend. My inspiration.
I knew it! I knew it was someone from A Realm Reborn. But is he ours, or... Who just shot him? Damn it, Emmett!
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such individuals do not exist in the First. Therefore, in all likelihood, the Exarch arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme.
Okay, so it is our,
to think
cat boy
that
from
he went
Crystal
through
Tower.
all this trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours.
You bastard!
Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you.
What is your plan?
What a disappointment you turned out to be.
Hey, fuck you!
I placed my faith in you. Let myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now, halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
Fuck you! It was you who created Vol 3, wasn't it?
I am an Ascian. My heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes. When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vorthri. But thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth? You were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided he could contain and control the light. If not, then he, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening. But even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
I think he was just gonna manipulate us to
Then I
cooperate.
simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Light Wardens willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away, and I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried.
Oh.
You still retain your form and your senses, but you have all but become a Sin Eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into Sin Eaters, and in time you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you, but before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished.
Ow.
Ah, the irony. What Vorthri achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair.
Fuck you.
But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero.
No, don't take him. Asshole.
Exarch!
I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero.
And Ascian.
I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you.
Unless I kill
When it
you
all becomes
first.
too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes.
Till then, I bid you farewell, Eater.
Hey, we're back in the Crystarium from the looks of it. And we don't look like a Sin Eater right now. Hi.
Ah, finally.
Enjoying the show? Sitting there? Or standing there, really. Just fucking... It would be nice if it was just a dream, wouldn't it?
You're confused. And small wonder. After you collapsed, Emmet's self vanished. Then Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you. But she's only delayed the inevitable.
Okay. Well, I refuse to believe it. We're supposed to be going into, like, fucking Endwalker and Dawn Trail expansion, so there's gotta be a way I'm alive after all this.
You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it.
It's daylight outside, isn't it? It's daylight.
It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrad is shrouded in light again. And it's because of you, and the power you absorb from the Wardens. No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. And now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you.
Oh, fuck. I don't think that's good.
If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
Well, that shit. Yeah, just aura myself. 1 second. There we go. We aured ourselves. Problem solved. Is that it? The manager of the suite seems surprised to see you up and... Alright. Hang on a second. I had to mute and deafen in the Discord because Savage, like, was about to, like, tell me something while in the cutscene, and I was like, nope. Didn't want to hear it. I wanted to get... Because here's the thing. I had my suspicions that the cat boy from the Crystal Tower Alliance raid that we went through was the Crystal Exarch, because we see him in the Dawn Trail trailer, It very much is him, and there was like very little context as to, oh, why is he back again? Because the last time we saw him was back in A Realm Reborn, when he was in the tower. He was an Allergian, like, descendant clone or something like that, and he then fucking disappeared, and the Crystal Tower was, like, no longer a problem. We end up in the first. There's a Crystal Tower. He's the Exarch that uses the powers of the Crystal Tower to do, like, all kinds of defenses and shit. I don't remember if the thing that Emmett mentioned of, like, oh yeah, there's no Allergian, like, descendants or something like that in the first. I don't know if that was something he said, like, prior to the cutscene we just had, but yeah, like, so I had my moment of, like, thinking, oh, is the Crystal Exarch, you know, just, you know, the cat boy from the first instead of, you know, the cat boy from the source. I don't remember his name. I'm gonna ask Savage, and Savage is probably gonna tell me the name of the guy from the Crystal Tower Alliance raids. So, but yeah, I imagine that he was gonna, like, sort of spoil me, like, a little bit on that when, while technically, yes, I did have my suspicions, I didn't want to be, like, influenced. So. Hello, Savage.
Hey.
I had to mute and indefinite because it was a cutscene, and I was just very much certain that you sounded like you were about to, like, encroach on story content that I was like literally 30 seconds away from getting to. So.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna do any bullshit.
Yeah.
What is this?
But yeah, like, just the fact that it was like, oh, you've met them before. It was just sort of like a nope, not like. Already was like too much inside, because I had in a previous stream I had my suspicions that it was someone from A Realm Reborn, and it was the Catboy. I forget the Catboy's name because it was that long ago.
Graha.
Cool.
Yeah.
Because Graha,
he's the one that you did the Crystal Tower stuff with.
He was the one that did the Crystal Tower. He is also like this sort of clone. Like, can I say, like, because I said it already, like, to the chat, but just so you had, like, the clue in. He's like this sort of clone descendant thing of, like, the Allergian, like, royalty or what have you that, like, that originally created all the tech at, like, the Crystal Tower and shit.
I don't know anything about that, but I just remember the way I always remembered him is, oh hey, he's the one you went into the Crystal Tower with.
Yeah.
During the quest line for that. That's how I remember him.
Yeah. So,
like, aside from the Crystal Exarch stuff.
Yeah. So, because when we first met him, it was because we were going into the Crystal Tower with the Geralt Works or whatever, Ironworks. Sorry, when we went with the Ironworks and such. So it was us, Graha, and Geralt. And when we first unlocked the tower, there was like the two adventurers or what have you, a guy and a girl that joined us. We went further in, and there was the reveal that the two of them are clones of the son and daughter of, like, whoever was, like, the last king or something like that of the Elysian Kingdom or what have you. And they, like, them alone should have been able to do all, like, the Crystal Tower, like, nonsense, because it was, like, you know, tied to the sort of DNA or the identity and shit. But then came the question of, like, oh, then why does Graha, because he has heterochromia, and he, like, one of them was a red eye and such. So there was all this, like, sort of mystery of, like, why is he able to do some of the shit, but not perfectly? And then we learned that, oh yeah, Graha is also a Elysian clone descendant thing. And then he gets both his eyes turned red, and I don't know what happened at the end, like, explicitly what happened at the end of the Crystal Tower raid Alliance series, but he essentially, like, disappeared. And obviously he was over in the first and was able to, like, you know, have a connection with the Crystal Tower there. I did not know that there was only, like, the source had the Allergian, the Allergian, what do you call it again? Allegan. I didn't know only the source had the Allegan, like, you know, family line or what have you. So I had my thoughts of, oh, is this, like, you know, the first alternative of Graha, much like how the Warrior of Darkness, Ardbert, is, like, sort of, in a way, a first variant of us, the Warriors of Light in the Source. So, I wasn't 100% on that, but then, you know, Emmett points out, it's like, oh, there was no Allergen line to command the Crystal Tower in the first, which made me question, like, how the fuck you're able to do all this kind of nonsense yourself. And then, obviously, you know, he reveals himself. Oh, sir, you're awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Golg, right? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you on a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky... well, I'm sure you've seen. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you still feel strong enough, would you perhaps consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Bragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire about your condition. Alright, we're gonna go check out Bragi. But yeah. God, Emmett, you son of a bitch. Fucking Ascian just shooting Graha and just... I'm gonna keep on saying his name just so I can keep it in my head. Graha, right?
Yeah.
Graha. Yeah, he just fucking shoots him. Also, Dink? Nope.
What if we held hands as a treat?
There you are. Well, well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle, so... And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless. You were like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of chaos. Wicked wight. What is this world coming to? Bah. But moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarium folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Ulmor is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the Fates deem fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesamile was one worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you ever want to see, let me tell you. Alright. Alright, so we're going to this person next. I still have, like, all the Dunscaith, things to do as well. Lol. Dun, 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 dun. So I got the Warden of... Alright, so the last 5 achievements I've gotten is... Complete the main scenario quest, Extinguishing the Last Light, Attune with all the currents in Colusia, A Journey to Remember, Mapping Mount Golg. Oh, hang on, did I... Yeah, I overshot that. Also, who's this blue tick? Sights of the First. Oh, that would have been the what's-a-mahoozy, the, words fail me, but,
Sightseeing log
yes.
bullshit.
Yes, the sightseeing logs.
Yeah.
Chesamile. Oh, sweetie, you're alive! No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spagrix Nexturgans were forbidden from making visits. Ren was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they have been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please convince them a bit of rest. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. And Oh, and our own Morin has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet. Too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. Alright, looks like we got another running around, getting our feet wet of all the different people we need to talk to. Alright. Cabinet of Curiosity, then. Okay. Oh, wait, I can get to it via this way. Confound it! This says the same thing as the last. Perhaps I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Grant! Is it truly you? And not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful! 'Twould seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catelys, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be of much welcome relief. Where's the door? There's the door. We can get the mission done at the Amaro launch. Cool. There they are. Alright, let's see if I can make this jump. Oh, I almost made it all the way down. Grant! Alive and well, I see. You gave us a proper fright, you know that? Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you have won that day, and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. Ah, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we'd need to experiment with different patterns and materials, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Hi. I forgot your name. Greeting, Glenard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Ah, well. My servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But, never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grenault? He is a man of unrivaled gifts, I won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do to us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hair no hide of Grenault since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I wager you'll show up soon enough. In my... excuse me. In my time at the bar, many's the tale I've heard told of a strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is old talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to the convalescing. No idea what that means. Before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I have a regular who's eager to see you. Sounds good. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Hear, hear. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Next mission, in his garden. Grant, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often like to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Oh, okay, so you can't purchase shit from her. Who can I purchase stuff from here? No one. They're all the way over there. Script exchange, the levy. Wait, why can't I do this one? You must be a disciple of the Hand or Land of level 70. Oh, okay, that's why. Oh, and this would be the site. Yeah, sites of the first. So this is the sightseeing log I should have gotten a while ago. Disciple of War, magic alert to record Shadowbringer vistas, travel location indicated, fulfill the necessary conditions, and you'll complete the entry. Use your wits and notes provided by Airlelth to identify those stunning scenes in the proper way to appreciate them, and see Norverantis, only the greatest as seen here. Nice. Where the fuck? Oh, I see. I see where it wants me to go. Look at my little chicken in his dragon outfit running after me. So cute.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Hi there, Ardbert. Glad to see you're not, like, super depresso like the first time we met you.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
Yeah, but a lot of people are dead. Or missing, really. It's all such a mess. Such a crazy fucking mess.
Aye. An all too familiar one. Here you stand alone, expecting no one else to bear the burden for you. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen.
Thank you for the boops, YY. Still this is not my voice, by the by, YY. This is already in the game.
We'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had.
Well, that's good.
Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then.
I'm up for it. Ooh! What's happening?
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours.
Yes! Yes! Okay. I had a theory that...
I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me.
I reckon the reason why the Oracle kept him out of the Conflict of the Light and such like that is that because of their weird Aether Ghost shit, they have this unique trait of...
Watch for fear of making things even worse.
They have this like unique trait with the light, I reckon, where it's like a bit of a weird Asian or fucking aether absorption thing. It looks like he's becoming more Hey! Oh, you look more like corporeal then.
I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Yes.
If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Yes, let's do this.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Hi, Theo.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't gonna be able to hide my ether to a pixie.
My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
Tempting, but I kind of want to finish more Wondrous
Fix
Tales.
the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them.
You just want me to hang out with you more often, don't you?
What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Oh, my dear beloved sapling. You are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place.
I'm sitting in a chair.
Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue.
Aww.
You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Alright, so, I have a theory. The weird, like, Aether ghost that we saw, Ardbert, because of his, like, you know, assistance from the Oracle and shit, Minfilia, how they earlier were, like, the ones to, you know, combat the light and what have you, they have sort of, like, an antibodies thing to the light. It's why Minfilia and a lot of his companions, they die to create this, like, sort of barrier around the First so the light couldn't go any further. He was kept alive, however, because the Oracle understood that in order to defeat the Light Wardens that were inside the barrier of the First already would need to be absorbed and such, and there wouldn't exactly be a very easy way of being able to, you know, remove the light and what have you without it going into another person, yada yada. But because of the unique properties of the Oracle, and, you know, the Dark Warriors of Darkness that we had, they could possibly transmute the light into a different property entirely. Hence why, you know, because of that, it's why we're able to hear him, and when we did that fist bump, there was a moment that he was a lot more corporeal than normal. So... Oh, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I'm happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in the city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion and many untold stories. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folks to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons pass, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day, the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. Interesting. Alright, who's the next peep? Over in the tower and over in the landing. Nuts? What? The Clown's Hunt board is covered in bills. Okay, cool. The Amaro launch. Cassad, my boy. My buddy. Grant! It's good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all. Anywho, if anyone has fresh insight to share, then it would be Captain Lina, I'd say. She lost her parents to an Eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hits her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lina, she'll be at her usual post at the Ascensor Gate. Welcome back, Savage.
I've been here.
Yeah, okay, sorry. You just seemed quiet and shit, so... next, Cabinet of Curiosities. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as well. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that's what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon after. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes, or Vorbrites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together they did found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him King, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating, how do I say that? Scintillating skin, so alike to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, 'twould seem this is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Ow. Alright. Go. And because I'm 84 while everything is 71, none of them are going to disrupt me because I'm over 10 levels ahead. Grant! I was not told you had awoken. A welcome surprise. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Colusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, to which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Volthrid loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Grant. I need to know what he feared. What battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Forgive me, I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see. I am not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if we do not gain the knowledge you seek. The unbroken thread. Come, meet me in the ocular, and I will unlock the door within. Me just crying. You know. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, we're very close to that. Yum, yum. I need to do some of the Beast Tribe quests. There's so many things I can be doing once I'm done with the main quest line, if I get it done. Master Grant, the captain said to expect you. Entering the ocular.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter.
Thank
Once
you.
you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Oh, this is a right mess. Hi, Sky. Oh, we're getting an echo hit. Huh.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee.
Okay, so Urianja was aware of the identity.
Thy true name is Grahatia, then? By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the river of time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds.
You lost me.
Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes. And thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn.
Furrycures
was a feeble outpost,
1221
beset on
paid
all
me to
sides
say
by
go suck a
thievery
lemon.
and misery and murder. People cried out in despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished.
Same words that Emmett parodied.
Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th Umbral Calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century.
So, in the Source, 2 centuries from now, we failed the 8th Umbral Calamity, and so Sid and like some peers got into the Crystal Tower again, and were able to come up with a method to go back in time and end up in the first, prior to the events of the Calamity / rejoining. And they've done that like almost like a century before it happened.
The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only man who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
Uh-huh.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was him. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, he would rise above. Where others would break and run, he would carry on. The Warrior of Light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were his deeds joyously retold.
Hey, that's the Dragon Song book by the Lord What's-a-Mahoozy, Halchafont's dad.
For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights.
Not to worry, unnamed. Thank you for hanging out and giving and lurking and what have you. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good sleep. Remember to take your meds. And remember to have some water.
It should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light himself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. He was the lodestar that brought them all together to send their final message back through time and space to him. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my... 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent, a prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would, and I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
I mean to rescue the Exarch.
Then we should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not?
He did.
That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Nice. Did you find the answers you sought? If there's nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an Amaro to fly you over the waters, but... No. Below. Under the Tempest. Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? I'm not sure that... Nay. I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. There we go. You require an Amaro? Just a moment, and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water? To the depths of the Tempest? Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor? You're gonna tell me it can't be done, aren't you? Ow! Okay, that one felt like an actual migraine.
Ah, we have found thee.
Sup, Urianger?
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste.
Nice, thank you. Glad to hear. No, not the Cactuar Furicures! Why do you do this? This is important dialogue nonsense. This is important. How dare. How dare. So close.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
Alright, cool. So you're all up to date.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet that it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing you've done, let's be real. I forgive you. Let's go.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianche. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again.
Well, there's no point in waiting in the Crystarium for it to
You
break.
must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in his way now. Not after failing him in his hour of need. No! The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
We probably don't need a full army going
Though
under
we
the,
may
to the
not know the
Tempest.
whole story, we do know you're in for a fight.
Dun.
And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions.
Sure thing,
Long
Broggy.
had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive. And I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Me too! That's right!
Yeah.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it.
What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O warrior of darkness?
Leave it to us. We'll see the Exarch home safe and sound. Alrighty. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaro for thy journey to the open sea? I feared the following dive down onto Emmett Selk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during my convalescence, we considered the most effectuous method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. To storm-tossed seas, giving us oysters. Sure. Thine affairs are in order? Then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. Alright, so we are going... How far are we going? Okay, so we're heading there. Ah! God damn it. Sorry, Yanni. Ding dong, so I can get out onto the lakeland. Da 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 da. Fenrir, let's go. Dun dun dun. Alrighty, Orianja, what's your plan? There, to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? The foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for my instance. Though it be much to my shame, I can but fail and flounder where thou mayest glidest as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Alright, we're moving again. Da da ba da da. Ra da ba da da ba da 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 da. Ba da ba da da. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Though it appears solid enough, the yield slightly under your touch. Was the surface jet, or was it just your imagination? Oh, there's another one. Suspicious about this rock formation. Oof. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together, giving the impression of a giant stone eyelid. Oh, is this a fucking fish? I think this is a giant fish. Well, hast thou discerned? It's just like the big one. Yes, yes. Ha! Thine impression is not inaccurate. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are, even now, perched upon the back
I don't
of
care
an
what
ancient
gender you
fae.
are. Put on the maid outfit.
God damn you, furry. God damn you, Blue. Sorry, my first thought was furry because it said boop. Oop, but that wasn't the one who did it. It was Blue. Its name is Bismarck, aye. The self-same title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu Vanu of the source. I would enlist the aid to bear us onto the deep, and thence banish the water with an airy sphere, a lichen form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the ruby seas. No, I'm not randomly blaming you. I'm not randomly blaming you when you normally are the one stealing my shirt, throwing bits of things at my face and such. So when I randomly had you boop my nose and then suddenly I get turned into a maid outfit, I saw Furry Cures redeemed, and I didn't hear the boop. I just heard the maid outfit thing. So I didn't think it was. See what I mean? What's going on? What did Furry Cures? Furry Cures did nothing. Go bunch of. Are you two just gonna be insulting each other? Is that how this is gonna go? Within its compass, we may move unencumbered and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as is most surely shall. Now, I must needs ask for silence, whilst I make my supplication. Sage Tanya, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I don't normally wear the maid outfit on stream and such. I am right now going through Final Fantasy XIV. No, do not eat my donut. Those are my donuts. You don't get to have them. Why are you subscribed to? Why is Furry Cures not subscribed to?
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
No, I was gonna say, like, why isn't he subscribed to Blue, or why isn't Blue subscribed? But yeah. Long has it been since my name was called. How's my day been? So far, it's been alright. Right now, I've got, Right now, I've got, what's a Mahuzi? Okay, cool, he stopped talking. So I've been playing Final Fantasy for like the last 4 hours. Thank you for the hyper himbo. I've been trying to get through the blah 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 blah. I've been trying to get through the Shadowbringers main quest line. Like, we're not at the patch content, not even close, but I'm hoping to try and get as much of the main storyline done in today's stream. I started this morning, and we're gonna see how far we're gonna go. Right now in the Discord, they're very silent right now, and they're probably doing their own thing in the Final Fantasy XIV world, but I've got Savage Durg with me.
Hey.
That was very delayed, Savage. What was that?
My mic was muted, fucker.
You're just sitting here mute. Like, were there actual moments you were wanting to converse with me and you just thought I was ignoring you or something like that?
Nah.
No, I
knew I was muted.
Okay, alright. Fair enough. So yeah, because you were like, it was like very, very quiet, and I was just sort of like, oh, Savage is still here, but, you know, Savage is still in the party, and I was just like, what's he doing? Why am I not getting, like, random... I don't know. I can't, like, unless it's, like, you know... Unless someone's, like, doing an art thingy-majiggy, or, like, you know, being able to be their own podcast, which I can't be. Unless someone is doing that, I feel really awkward just sitting silently or muted in another person's Discord. I don't know how other people do it. I don't know how they are able to be like, oh yeah, like, don't mind me just sitting here for the past 4 hours.
So, I was just thinking about it. Wait. No, shit. I'm like, wait. I don't know why, but I feel like I was, like, what I'm about to say I already talked about earlier. Or no, yeah, I did.
The computer parts
Well,
thing.
part of it I did.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how I mentioned about my OS drive dying?
Yes, that was back when you first joined in.
So, obviously I mentioned that the most annoying part was losing my data.
Yep.
Luckily, that won't happen anymore. Because now I have the shit set up with OneDrive where it'll just auto fucking upload the shit. It'll auto back it up.
Nice.
And I have 1 terabyte worth of space. It'll be fucking nice.
Yes, I have the same sort of thing going on right now with my OS. Like, I feel like once you get to like Windows 11, they're very much pushing for the cloud shit. But because I have like Office 365, I have 1 terabyte of storage as well, and so
yeah,
like right now the Twitch resources are all there. My music folder, which holds a mixture of my iTunes library, and my soundboard is there. Documents, downloads, so many things are sitting on the OneDrive. The only thing that isn't sitting on the OneDrive because
my personal opinion with stuff like that is anything like how I would look at it is think about it in the way of like, let's say what happened with me happens where my OS drive died.
Yeah.
If the drive that data is on, if that was to die, how bad would, like, how much would that hurt if that happened? That's how I look at it. Like, if the shit that's on a drive would be almost impossible to get back, if it died, back it the fuck up. That's my mindset nowadays. That's my mindset after this shit.
Fair enough.
Is if there's something that I know would be a pain in the ass or damn near impossible to get back, if a drive failed, I'm gonna back it up.
Yeah.
That's where I'm getting to nowadays, because I want to make, like, that's where I'm at now after that shit happened last week. Because, like, I do not want to have a situation like this happen again, where I get everything built back up again. I have all these videos, music, photos from various things, and then just have it poof away in a second.
Yeah.
Because a drive decided to randomly die on me.
I'm not too concerned about music just because I've been doing like streaming things. Game saves and game installs are same sort of deal for me, because most recently a lot of game saves are either something like linked to the cloud, like, you know, the Final Fantasy
they're
shit.
already, like, Steam already like does that kind of shit where they just link it to the cloud, but like
exactly.
I'm talking about like major shit that's like super important. Like hell, for me, one good example of it for me is one great thing is with 14. A good example is with 14. All of your UI settings, your hotbars, all of that is saved to your documents folder.
Yeah, it's saved locally
which
into
is being
my games.
which is being backed up to my OneDrive. Meaning, if this shit was to happen again, I wouldn't have to try to remember how I had my 14 stuff set up and reset it up all over again.
Yeah.
I could just copy the stuff in and just boom, it'd be exactly how I have it.
Yeah.
Because, and I say this because, oh my god, it was a pain in the ass to get my stuff set back up again after this happened.
Hey, Blue, when are you gonna be playing Final Fantasy 14? Like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 has a free trial? It includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion, and also the award-winning Stormblood expansion as well, up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. No? Okay. But yeah.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fae to know that didn't go well.
So yeah, with OneDrive, I do like that they're just able to be like, oh yeah, let me just redirect the documents and all these different folders into OneDrive. And so even when you have systems that weren't like cloud-based in the first place, if they're like, oh, we just go to the My Documents folder and then path downwards, because My Documents is like in the registry file as like, oh, we set the path for when you make this localized call. It works out it works out fantastically, where it's like, oh, if you move it to if you move it into the cloud via OneDrive, then it just, you know, automatically does the thing. The only thing I don't have on the OneDrive is my like streamer bot VTuber Plus, sorry, not VTuber Plus, VC Face and Vignon. And the reason for that is because when they decide to run shit like doing database updates and what have you, OneDrive detects the change. But because the file isn't like explicitly locked to the program currently using it, like in this case StreamerBot, it can cause a bit of an issue when trying to like run that system while OneDrive wants to do backups and such. So OneDrive doesn't really like it when programs are very economic with how they, you know, pull and push like changes to files and things. They're not exactly a huge fan of that while it's running and what have you. So hence why I have that just running locally on the C drive instead of sitting in my OneDrive like I have all my Twitch resources, which is right now where my, like, there's a backup of OBS in there, like the scenes and the filters. There's all my different emojis, stickers, any sounds that are not explicitly soundboard, but I'm probably gonna move those back into the soundboard folder in the OneDrive's music folder at one point, and then I'm just gonna have to like go through StreamerBot and be like, right, we're moving all this shit all over the place. That way I can just have like shortcuts in the thing. You do like OneDrive? However, I downloaded one very large application and now I need to figure out how to get it out of there because it takes up 90% of mine while only having half the application actually being in the OneDrive. Yeah, I know the downloads folder is something that can get moved into the OneDrive, and that makes it a bit weird when you decide to be like, oh, let me download something really quick, and you don't know whether you're going to keep it or not, and then while you're in the middle of trying to get rid of it, it's also getting synced back up to OneDrive. It's a mess of a internet speeds and what have you.
That's why that's why for the most part I mainly just have documents, pictures, music, and videos.
Yeah.
Those folders going through.
I have way too many things.
Because realistically, most of the stuff I'm gonna care about.
Yep.
Like basically everything I'm gonna care about is going to be in one of those 4 folders.
Yeah.
Typically. It also backs up my desktop, but like realistically, there's probably not going to be a super crazy amount that's on my desktop that I care about, but it doesn't hurt to have it backed up just in case.
Oh, I think it's worth it, just because at work, there are way too many people at my office who save shit to the desktop because they're like, oh, it's right there, I can see the files. And I'm just sort of like, oh, that's terrible. Absolutely terrible, don't do that. It's cluttered mess, and what's more is if someone remotes into your computer and they see your desktop and they see a fucking Excel spreadsheet that says passwords, like, God's sakes. OneDrive is really trying to be that quirky feral, but they're not our quirky feral. Are they trying to be furry? Is that what Microsoft is doing now? I didn't think that was a thing. We need Fioe. Fioe! Is she gonna listen? Hey!
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last!
Hi.
And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can.
This is Sash's favorite character.
Gers Bismail win picked. Van dromi drom yakum.
Sleepy Bismarck, you old pixie. These are my precious, precious saplings.
Van red rithye.
Una sa hawin whisk.
Thy wish, then so it shall be done. Nice.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. He's only got manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Lo fallo ruis. Van in narsitar. Dir sidagnai.
Very curious, this is why I think you're the violent one, because you bonked me on the head and shit, and you turned me into a maid outfit if you had the numbers. Cookie for furry cures! Here's your cookie, furry.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
But the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
Behold, as an entire island starts moving across the sea.
What a... Do you see that?
Turn around! Oh, it's fucking flying! That's even crazier! I thought it would just be swimming.
What What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Whoa there!
It's not stopping.
It's a wave. Oh, technically that's a tsunami now.
Run! Run!
Valana Ana Tilden Sito.
Oh, now he goes to the lake.
Iri Almsi Thunne Aktla Thonyasne Tagnai.
Wow.
You think you can use with a lozenge? Who? Savage? Ah, he's just
The
quiet.
breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare.
Oh, that's why there was a tidal wave, because he like
In
fucking...
defiance of the blinding
went-
sky, this place holds fast to its gloom.
The
The last
disembodied voice
refuge
in the game.
of he who
Oh.
denies the light with every
You
fiber
remember
of
that? Did you
his
see the
being.
flying whale? The flying green whale that was like
You stand at the precipice,
going,
hero.
and then just
Journey
goes,
unto the heart
and
of
then it, like,
darkness.
goes into the
Finish
water.
it.
That's the ominous voice. It's the Bismarck. Think of it like a Moby's dick, or you could use the lozenge. Wonder what flavored, like cherry. I've never had a a cherry lozenge. I've had honey. Honey has been a regular one for me. You know the ones that are like honey mixed with fucking Nurofen. Oh no, it's not honey with Nurofen. It's honey with paracetamol. That's it. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We are arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Emmett Sletch, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Asian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee unto the rift. Yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that this underwater realm harboreth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. Yeah, Urianger is the only one that speaks in this funky fashion, by the by. Don't worry about it. In the event that you leave the area, speak with Menwheel at Venmont Guards in Calusia. Cool. Not doing that, as I am going to continue on with our story. Thancred casts his gaze across the waterless expanse before you.
So I'm just gonna say,
Yeah.
with one of the things you said, I'm just here like, Sletch? It's like, excuse me, Sletch?
Selch.
It's
Sorry.
yeah, it's Selch.
Look.
You said Sletch.
Look, the boy, you know who I'm talking about, okay? You know it's Emmett.
I'm like,
I don't have to hear this shit from you, okay? It's not like you actually care about Emmett. I don't give a shit about Emmett. I'm saying all this because I know, like, because Sashara's not here, and she can't be mad with me if she's not here to hear this nonsense, because apparently she has a fucking hard-on for Emmett. She's just absolutely bricked up for the fucking maniac. Absolute, like, fucking weakness. Now, as for... Actually, do you want to take this line? Do you want to do Thancred's line, so then that way you're not sitting in my Discord silently?
well, I will admit I am probably gonna have to go get some Tylenol because my head is hurting. So.
Fair enough.
I was actually about to be doing that.
Nah, it's fine. Look, real life takes priority than, like, streaming and furry nonsense, alright? So,
yeah.
You feel like you need a Tylenols for headaches, right?
And hell, I have to fill up my water bottle anyway, because gotta make sure I hydrate.
Alright, sounds like you got a few things that you need to deal with.
As they say, hydrate before you dihydrate.
Exactly. Sounds like you got a few things that you need to do, and I... Much as... Same sort of thing when Furry Cures is like, oh... I'm staying awake at 3 in the morning. It's like, no, I don't want to hear people faulting their mental or physical health for them to be here, okay? If you need a lozenge or a Tylenol or any sort of thing, or you need to take, you need to take 10 or, go to sleep or meet up with a friend, go to an appointment and all that, then you want to go to that. You don't want to... I do not want to be made responsible for someone being poor with their health. I already have to fix my own shit. I don't want to be responsible for other people. Anyways, are really good, the cherry ones. You need to eat them for them. I feel like medicine that's falsifying a fruit flavor is a very hard thing to do. Hi, Tatsu! Tatsu! You missed out on Mount Gold! You missed out on when we went through the fucking... What's it called? Hang on a second. The thingy, the Eminence of the Immaculate or something like that. The fat baby child, Valthry, turned into Lucifer Morningstar. We killed him, and then we absorbed Mount Gold, G-A-L-G. So yeah, so we absorbed the light, and it seemed like we were going to turn into a Sin Eater, but then suddenly the Crystal Exarch is like, protection barrier, as I am now going to kill you to steal the corrupted aether from you, so then that way you technically don't die, but then I'm going to die. And then, like, the wind blows off on his thing, and it turns out he's that dude from the Cat Boy from A Realm Reborn when we did the Crystal Tower raid. Garth, or what was his name again? Grenith? Gregory? Something with a G. Grahatia. Grahatia? Gratia? How do I, hang on. Say.
Gratia.
Gratia. So, we had, oh, there we go. Let's see how that sounds. Ding dong.
Grahatia.
Grahatia. Graha. Aha. Alrighty. You're taking care of yourself, Savage? Take care of yourself, Savage. I'm not gonna be made responsible for you not taking the lozenges and getting some drinks, getting some sleeps, all that nonsense. It's getting late. I'm gonna throw you into the lobby. And there. There we go. Grahatia. Yeah. So the wind, the forces of the corrupted Aether blew off his hood, and we saw it was Grahia. Which, I'm gonna be real with you, I had my suspicions that it was going to be a Realm Reborn character we were going to see again as the Crystal Exarch, especially since we saw Graha back in the Dawn Trail cutscene. Like, we saw him in that trailer, and I was like, oh, we haven't seen him since the Crystal Tower. I wonder why he's here. Anywhoosies, Emmett, the son of a bitch, the fucking Asian asshole, shot him in the back, and then was just like, oh, you thought I would let you do this? I was rooting for you to be better than most humanity, but it turns out you can't, so I will leave you to turn into a Sin Eater. Woe is upon you. Woe be upon you. And then he takes the Crystal Exarch, and then he fucks off into under the ocean. And so now we're here. Now. Oh no, he could probably use a band-aid. He'll be fine. They said the Crystal Exarch was fine. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emmett Selch will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope downward towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then. But watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. So now we're on a rescue mission. We gotta save the Crystal Exarch, our buddy Graha, and then also defeat Emmett Selch. Let me just get my cartridges. Also, these creatures are a lot stronger than what we were sending around in, so we're now entering into a quote-unquote level 80 area. They're doing like no damage on me, and I'm dodging them. There we go. Alrighty. Moving on. Oh hey, there's an Aether. Oh my god, there's fucking Aether currents here. 75 to the south. Cool. And then how far is the next one? I didn't think there would be Aether currents here. Granted, we are at the sea floor, so I guess... You're in the room? Oh, you're in the... Hey, nice! Great to hear. Nice to hear. For those that... Just one question. Why is there a tampon in the drawers? I don't fucking know. Look, I haven't been in that room for 2 years. Someone else has been living in there so far. I don't know, like, I'm not responsible for that room. Sus. Jeez. Thanks for not believing in me. I've been living in my own place for 2+ years now. I don't... Alrighty, southwest, so in that direction. Oh, I have something convenient to help me. You're just waiting for the landlord? Yeah, she'll be lovely. Because you're communicating directly with the landlord as well, your rent shouldn't be too big of an issue as well when it comes to, increases or anything like that, so... Oh, Jesus Christ. Cookie! For Bookie! I thought I could, like... Wait, hang on a second. Is it... Oop, come on. I need to find the next Aether thing. To the west. Alright, so it's like 100 mulm, so... Oh my god, there's a giant fucking wall here. And then... What the fuck is all this doing here? To the north. Oh my god, are you serious? trying to find this aether current. Where the fuck it is. To the east. 130. So it should be in sight. They say it's like 100. Oh, there it is, right there. I see it. Having a working aircon feels. Oh yes, that's right. Due to the size of your room as well, that aircon is going to fill out like the size of that room very quickly. So when it gets to summer and you have the doors and the windows closed and what have you, that aircon will take like, I don't know, 15 minutes for it to like cycle the entire air down to the temperature you want. Next one is to the southeast. Holy shit. There's an entire... Oh my god, are you kidding me? I thought this was a small area. What the hell is this size? What is it? Why am I so... I thought I had way more, like, way less to go. It's been 5 minutes and you're chill already? Nice. Good to hear. Have you had an okay time moving in and all that? Was any of the housemates helpful? Alright, 181 mulms to the south. Okay, so we should be seeing it shortly. 96 to the southeast. Okay. What the fuck is this thing? You haven't moved in there, you're just here to sign a lease. You would have worked... I should have worded it properly. Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. You're all good. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I was really excited at it because I remember you talking a little bit about like how it was a little bit stressful and such, and moving overall, even when you know where you're going and such like that, is still like a whole stressful thing, just because it's like, you know, normally you have to, not only are you worrying about rent, but you're also worrying about your bond. And when you're worrying about your bond, you have to deal with actually moving all your stuff out. And if you're in a previous place, then that means that you're also needing to make sure that... God damn it, you Dagon. You have to make sure you're not, like, leaving it in a mess and such so you don't get your bond back from the previous place. So, yeah. So, I was just really excited for you. It's okay. Go. Alright, so to the west. Okay, so it's somewhere over there then. Alright, let's alright, you Ondo youth. But yay! And then he runs away. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! Okay, so the Sonic Blade is the thing that does the damage over time, and Blasting Zone is just like an extra little piece of damage. There we go. Where the fuck is this? Southwest. Is it, like, above me? must be. There's no... Oh. There's an underneath. Oh my god. This is gonna be Alright. This is gonna be something. Which potency is it? Okay, 60 potency and 60 potency. Alright. Back onto the thing. It's way too tempting to ordering food for tonight. I need to get out of that mindscape. Because if I order in, then I'm making a very terrible mistake of like going for something that's going to cost me like $50 to $60 instead of like just making my own meal. I need to not do that. This is where the eating and budgeting problems happen. We love Australian fast food. Okay, are you meaning? Okay, hang on. Clarification time. Are you meaning Australian food, fast food? Or are you meaning the fast food industry in Australia? Because there is a difference. Like, for instance, I don't know any Australian foods. Costs much more than cooking yourself nowadays. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, this is the problem, Tatsu. I remember talking about this. Morse fucking got me as well. Morse Amalgam knew exactly where I was coming from last night about the ordering meal deliveries and such like that. Like, back in the day, like back in the 2000s and the 1990s, oh yeah, just like to actually get fast food was obviously a costly venture, and more often than not was a case of you actually had to go to the place to get the fast food and then come back. So there was always this like a little bit of the social pressures of, oh yeah, like you had to walk. You're like me, obese. My obese ass, like back in the 2000s or something like that, I would have to like walk to the fucking curry shop or to the McDonald's, and then I would be like, you know, I had to talk to someone face to face. I had to talk to a fucking high school like graduate or student and be like, "Hi, can I please have two double quarter pounder meals with an extra patty and an extra cheese with a drink as a Coke, please?" And then like saying it in front of their face and shit like that. And then they have to look at you, and then they'd have to like put in the thingy-majiggy. And if you had a good customer service person, they wouldn't say anything. They would just be like, "Yep, okay." They would just smile and just sort of be like, "Yep, okay, and would you like a toy with that?" Or I don't know. Oh, it's been a long time since I've gone into a McDonald's for McDonald's. And they then like, you know, tell you how much it costs, and then you give them like your card, and then you do the swipe or the insert or something like that. And then you had to stand there in the McDonald's for like however long it was. And before they gave you numbers, they would just shout out your order. So the next thing you know, people knew exactly what you were going to eat. And sometimes it was a case of like, oh, maybe you looked like, you know, a soccer mom that was getting the meal for all the kids after soccer practice. Or more realistically, it was just you, or in this case, me. It was just me standing there waiting for an order from McDonald's where it was like a large double quarter pounder meal with extra patty and extra cheese. And I'd have to just be like, "Yep, that's me," and then just like fucking like just run my lard ass out of there. Now it's not that anymore. Now it is not that. Now you have the convenience of the interwebs. I pull out a phone as if somehow this phone is gonna pop up in my hand. You pull out a phone and you just go like, boom. You can order like several days worth of food and eat it that one night, and they would not be any of the wiser. They just know it's like, oh, this is Grant's account, and it's making this order, and it's got paid. Alright, cool. So now the Uber Eats driver just sits there, waiting for the order, and they're just sort of like, oh, it's not for me, I'm the delivery guy. So, which gives them the same sort of like, you know, echelon as the pizza delivery guys, but the only shortcoming is they have GPS, when the pizza delivery guys back in the 90s just had, you know, a fucking map. And so finally, then they give you your order, and ever since 2020, they can just leave it at your door. So they'll never see you. They'll never know what you're dressed up as. I could be dressed up in a maid outfit, tits ready to burst out because it's a poorly fitting maid outfit, and just sort of, and then just like open the door, poke outside, and then just sort of be like, and just like shove it in my face, and then run back into my room. I'm sorry we went through a huge fucking tangent there, but point is, I need to not order fast food. I would just be really dumb feral. I would order like 2 meals, and I would have that in one sitting, and then I wouldn't want to eat anything until the next day. And by the time the next day arrives, it's like, you know, 24 hours since I last ate, and it's like, oh, I'm hungry. And then next thing I know, I'm just shoving food in my mouth again. The finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? He's like, got his teeth and he's like, Lurr. Oh, so this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people have lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might construct a most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding. Chieftain, what are we to do? Hi, Renezak. You missed me doing a huge fucking tangent about, like, ordering fast food back in the 90s/2000s is so different to now, and I had, like, 2, like, different sort of, like, scenarios played out for chat, and both of them were a case of, like, me eating so much in one sitting. And the difference was, here's one where there can be, like, you know, social shaming and shit, which would have most certainly have helped, and here's one where no one is the wiser. You mean how you had to actually call people and learn the menu from the phone? No. I'm talking back in the McDonald's era, when you wanted to go for McDonald's, how you had to go up to the register. Oh my god, chat's gonna have to experience this again. You go up to the register. Yesterday, you just like fucking waddle over, and you're just sort of like, hi, can I please have 2 double quarter pounder meals with an extra patty and extra cheese in each of them, and my drink will be a vanilla Coke. And then they just had to like put in the order, ask for the monies, and then you had to do the swipe and insert or what have you, and then you just sat there waiting for your order. And then if you weren't too quick on the register or whatever like that, they would just shout out your order to everyone to hear. So then when you had to do the embarrassing, like, oh yep, that's me, and then they would know exactly what you ordered, and then you had to like fuck off and run back to your car or back into your home. So yeah, that whole thing. Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? Hmm? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw from the moment. Oh, unnamed. That's not the worst order I've done. The very worst order that I have done, and like, let's limit it to McDonald's. Let's limit it to McDonald's. I had 2 triple quarter pounders, a sundae, 20 McNuggets, and a McFlurry. No, wait, no, hang on. 2 triple pounders, 2 triple quarter pounders. So basically, like, you know, 3 quarter pounder, Wait, no, hang on a second. So triple quarter pounder is... So basically a pound and a half... So a pound and a half of meat and burger with the chips and the drink. 20 McNuggets and a McFlurry. That's the most I've had out of McDonald's. Single sitting. So what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emmett Selch's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return. Does blood still reach your toes? Yes. I still walk around and shit like that. Here's the thing. I actually, like, when it comes to walking and shit like that, I'm not short and I'm not tall either. I'm like an average, like 5'9", 5'10" kind of fella. Now, I have so many friends that are like 6 foot plus, and 2 of them, or at least 2 of them, are lanky motherfuckers where they're like plus 50% leg. So their stride is like, it can go a little bit farther. I'm a relatively fast pacer when it comes to walking. Because I'm not paced to walking for like the 5'10" peeps like myself. I'm paced to walking with the 6 foot lanky motherfuckers. I can rest my head on your head without bending down. Were it not for the obesity and autism, I'd be perfectly average. We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Grant, do you remember my first scheme for entering Ulmor? How I had planned to integrate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo. The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach do you have in mind? The chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swift discourse, then we must needs locate its beginning. 'Tis plain our all too dramatic arrival hath thrown this settlement into confusion. Were we to solve each problem as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores. But very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I have nothing better to offer, but I do worry about what will happen if the Ondo's tale end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascian than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation, thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. Let's do what we best. Blum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Your Stoller, proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. But yeah. Anyway, shoutouts to Tatsu. Do I have a moderator in the chat? I don't think I have a moderator in the chat, so... Shout out to Tatsu. Alphano. Grant, you won't believe who I've bumped into. This is Posh's Oan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Ulmor. I waited and you did not come. Then the Mistral came, but his visits did not continue. I am truly sorry, Posh Oan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps. Where the Dry return, a cavern to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are the swifter swimmers, but now there is no water. We run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. Ah, I believe I can be of assistance here. And what of you, Grant? If you're not found a task, you're most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company. Where the Dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Alright, how do I get there? Alright, let's take the, this way. 200 gnomes to the west. Interesting. So there's something over here to Aether Current with. Unless it's underneath as well. Knowing my luck, it's underneath as well. That's not west I was going east, the idiot that I am. You're not too powerful to such things, you are just a potato. I'm just a wee potato. I don't want to be a pie. I don't like gravy. Okay, so I'm gonna have to take the long way, it seems. You will latch on to a new hyperfixation for like a month, and then you'll shuffle to another in the list. Currently, it's fixated on Genshin Impact, because you saw a meme video, and now you're too deep. Fair enough. I'm trying to think, my latest hyperfixation might be trying to get, like, a lot of my, my Whatsamahoozy furry nonsense back up and running on Fur Affinity and sharing on Blue Sky and such, which has led to 3D renders once again. I've not posted a new 3D render yet. I want to try and pace myself out, but I also want to try and, you know, be a little more regular with it. Like, maybe try and do at least, like a weekend with it. There we go. There we are. So yeah, I think 3D, like, Blender in particular is, like, my latest thing. I noticed you playing with renders in Discord. Yeah, so I've done a little bit because, you know, I had to do the Yakuza outfit because it was, like, you know, fucking 250,000 fucking vertices, and I kind of wanted it to be, you know, not that. So yeah, so I've been trying to get into 3D a little bit, like, try and get my skills back up. There we go, new sightseeing log. Let's see, is there anything? 460. Okay, so pointing to the same one, I think. Yeah. Oh, this might have been a good one to add my chocobo with the bristle beads to do. There we go. Alright, back onto the Fenrir. But yeah, so I want to try and get back into renders again, and I feel like I need to brush up on my skills with posing and animation again, which is like sort of one skill area with 3D. And then the next one is into modeling as well, because that one I feel like is going to be like, that's going to have like a lot of like, you know, relevance to, you know, me trying to do stuff with my VTuber, because I was able to make my own sunglasses, I was able to make a very shitty sci-fi helmet, and I was able to make a top hat. But I want to be able to do, say, do a cowboy hat instead, or a tricorn, and, you know, maybe other kinds of accessories. You could crack their shells? You must be stronger than you look. I see you've reached your quota first, then. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to the both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Pachis Oan. This was to be a part of my apology to you, remember? Besides, which the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swarm, aimless and lost, until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood underneath the water, yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempest's turbulent waters, and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. What's a tricorn? So, you know Captain Jack Sparrow's pirate hat? That's a tricorn. The tricorn is a three-pointed hat, normally worn by pirates and military people, like Navy, for instance. So, yeah. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the incident had chosen us to serve as caretakers of their eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming and this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here. A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance, or otherwise, of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with the protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. Hi, Bob. Bobbert. Bobby O. Bobby O. Bobby Otter. Bobby B. Sup. Fun fact, that himbo camera goes up in price. That's why the cake camera, it costs so much. How much does the cake camera cost now? Let me find it. Nope, wrong redeem. There it is. Where is it? Here it is, cake cam. It now costs more. It now costs 650 points. But don't worry, the cake cam, the price is reset on the next stream, so they're not gonna forever stay at whatever price they are or something like that. You made them stack in price. That's cruel. Oh no. You're just gonna have to watch my stream so much longer. You're gonna have to take part in raids, maybe subscribe, or send gift subs, or even channel points in order to get even more channel points. Oh no, what a bummer. You're a broke-ass bitch, how will I torture you now? Then it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for the lesson, Pashizoan, and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. Also, shoutouts to... I know you didn't ask for this, but shoutouts to Bobby O, because this fucking otter... That dude right there, that man, he drew me. They did an amazing drawing. I would show it on stream, but the nipples is too powerful to share. It's amazing work. If you ever have the time and the money and you see them like open up their commissions or some shit, get them. They have an amazing art style. They can go for some really bold lines, which is really cool. You'll love it. We should return to the task at hand. Only do not try to overexert yourself, my friend. The risks far outweighs the gains. You're not confident in my ability to draw a zebra head to draw me? Yeah, that's fine. What's more is this zebra, like, is not even an accurate zebra. Like, look at this. Look at the length of this jaw. Ba. Ba. Ha ba ba. Ha ga 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 ga. It's way too long. Hi there, Sash. You missed all the juicy plot twists? Yes. You did. You missed out on Mount Golg. You missed out on the trial straight afterwards. A fucking Reaper watched us as we were beating fucking Valshi's ass. And then the next thing you knew, Valshi gets like turned into a even greater Sin Eater. And I have to read in fucking chat, oh no, now he's hot. How dare you. We have spoken at length on the anatomy of your models, sir. That isn't what I'm saying. I can draw humans without reference, but I'm not confident in my animal arts abilities. Fair enough. You can always try and draw Zeebs as a human. Like, just draw Zeebs as a human and then just put the 3 stripes on the forearms and the 3 stripes on the biceps and then, like, hang on a sec. Where else do I have, hang on a second. I need to double check. Where else do I have my, hang on a second. Where else do I have stripes? So yeah, I got these, like, chevrons on my back here, as you can see. I don't know why I have this random dot on my shoulder, or why the bump map is like this. I'm not 100% certain why that is. Because it doesn't look like that from the front, as you can see here. Oh no, he's hot. So yeah, I got like my 2 on the sides here, and then I've got like 4 on the shoulder. Wait, is my... Oh, I need to fix... Alright, note to self. I'm gonna need to fix that at one point. I'm gonna need to, like, grab the, I need to grab, like, the loose hairs or something like that and make it where it's like, oh, that's meant to be on, like, a different part of the neck. I wonder what this looks like on stream when I'm just, like, I'm not even, like, looking at you. I'm just, like... Honestly, this is an amazing... Hang on a second. So, yeah, these were all camera movements. Menu, light. Alright, so the ambient light is like a BB. Display light. So we can go with the monitors. Jesus Christ, that's bright. Alright, intensity. It's so bright! And now there's nothing. I wonder why my shoulders are like this. Like, what's up with this? Like, why is there, like, it almost looks like my jeans seam or something. Like, oh, so it's there as well. Like, what the hell? .6. I need to fix this. It shouldn't be like this. It should be like something else. Yeah, like, look. Like, look at my ear. What the hell is up with my ear right now? Like, what? Also, like, look at the detail of my eyes. Look at that. See how it, like, does, like, a tiny... Ah! Also, my teeth are, like, really pearlescent. I need to fix that. The tongue is just weird. Don't worry about that. Alright. This looks nice, however. Like, the ears don't look problematic at all. Like, look at this. Alright. How are the jeans looking? Oh, the jeans have, like... Hang on a second. Yeah, do you see that? Okay. Also, fake pockets. The pockets are not real. I am wearing the attire suitable for women. The pockets are not real. They're just like fucking stitched on and such. Look at that nonsense. You could kayak in those eyes with how much blue detail they have. I know they're beautiful, aren't they? Like, look at it. Wait, hang on a sec. Let me see if I can do the... It doesn't... The eyes don't really, like, rotate very far, do they? I need to fix that. Alrighty. Oh, but look at the eyebrows. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Those are my teeth. Hang on. Eyebrows. Boom, boom. Ding, ding, boom, boom, boom. Just... Bam, bam. Ting, 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 ting. Ah! Also, ignore the fact that, like, how is my character, like, standing normally? Also, there's, like, all that shit on the floor. Like, so if I lean back like this, he's, like, basically upright. But then if I go forward, like, okay. Another string detailed by your hyperfixation on the model. Alright, hang on. Let me reset the camera. There we go. And put my shirt back on. Alrighty. I love making different kinds of shirts as well. I very much love it. Derailed. Ah, okay. Hello. Who am I talking to? There's a blue tick here, so I'm gonna grab you. Yep, you're the Aether Current. I'm gonna need you at another point. Just give me your thing. Yes, Sky. I am the big Zeebs. I am a big boy. I am a big, muscly, handsome boy. Y'shtola! Ah, Grant, have you heard of... Hang on a second. My game is doing a very funky thing. There we go. Ah, Grant, have you heard aught of note? Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come, why is she looking at herself? Doesn't she technically have, like, better eyesight than us because she's got, like, the aether vision and shit? Like, isn't that her whole thing? Where it's, like, stronger than anyone else's? Ridic. My partner was surprised you're playing a twink rabbit instead of a himbo kitty. Look, I was playing the Rothgars for a while, but I got upsetties that I didn't have any, whatsamahoozy, I was a little annoyed that I didn't get a lot of helmets to wear or anything like that. So I then went to the Bunny Boys when they got released, thinking, oh hey, you know, they look a little more humanoid, and I'm wondering if there's going to be more helmets available. There was not more helmets available. So when we get to whatsamahoozy, when we get to Dawn Trail and the graphical update, I might go back to a Rogadin. Tuning with the Aether Flow gives you... Yay! Malms to the west. Okay, so it's all the way somewhere else. And what's more is I'm in the wrong fucking area. Travel... How many Aether Currents are there do I have to worry about? Oh my god, I haven't even done all of the Great Woods. The Tempest, thankfully, only has, like, one more to do. Thank Christ. I just need to... Oh, wait. Fuck you. Fuck you, Nautilus. I didn't... Yeah, I soon learned the Viera do not get more options. Which I think is ridiculous. I am annoyed that for some reason cat boys do not get this fucking nerf like the rabbit boys. Yeah. Your character on the North American account is a Mikote. Yeah. I already am familiar with some Mikotes. Also, yes, Bob. Nips. Fun fact, hang on, is this thing... Hey! Love it. Alrighty. This way.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Why do you do this to me? Blue, why? Why can't you be the, like, one of the other kind of biddy gang degenerates where you're, like, throwing me bits and shit like that? You wound me! A maid outfit and a D-himbo? How dare you? I'm trying so hard not to eat my feelings right now, and here you are, just like, fucking throwing me in a maid outfit and de-himboing me. You are just a degenerate. These are the relics of your kind, yes? Oh, it's just trash. Hang on a second. Rotting debris. Let me pick this up. Trash. Steering wheel. Darn you! Among the debris, what appears to be a rotting ship wheel. Sir. Used to steer a ship. And then... But yeah, you could be a degenerate that, I don't know, pays for my rent, or gives me gift subs. I need like 80 I need like 80 subscribers before I'm able to get the next emoji slot unlocked. And I got a really good Hang on a sec. Let me find my telegram again. I got myself, like, a really good,
Calm
sticker.
your rice paddy.
I'm not gonna calm my rice paddy. You go farm your rice paddy. Where is it? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I want to show you something really lovely. Behold! Hi. Look at it. Look at this guy. Look at it. Look at this guy. Isn't he the best? Hang on. Isn't he the best? Isn't he so good? Look at him. Look at this little guy. Look at him. Eee! Thank you for the boops. Look at him. Huh? Doo-doo. It's just like up here. Lol, that would be hilarious having that as like the new like background thing. And like look, he works even like almost at a small level as well. Like if you put him like say here. Let me just shrink him just a little bit. Like look at him. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. That emote feels like the most true to IRL you version of the zebra you've seen yet. Yeah. It's just me being like, hi. Thank you, GrantZeebs. Do not care. Oh, look at this boy kisser. I bet you kiss your boyfriend with this emoji in mind, don't you? Now, Rush, what do you think? Could not skip it. Could not care. How far away am I from? Oops, hello. You're bisexual, okay? Fair enough. But do you have a boyfriend? I swear you have a boyfriend.
Thank you, Sir Dragonx88 for the 5-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you, Sir Dragon! You don't have to deal with the advertisements that pop up once an hour, and you get to utilize all of these fun emojis. Look at them. Look at all the emojis. Alright, so I've got 6 missions to do. Now there are 2 tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondo settlement and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as though as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations. Nice. Alrighty. Survey this point. So we got display windows. 11% himbo. Nice. Tall, slender windows, elaborate, that which is that. Cool. You spent the last 30 minutes idling your bathroom for spoting shower. Get a shower! Get your shower. You'll like it's not gonna be a dopamine hit for you, but at least it's not gonna be as awkward. Like you can have your thoughts in the shower while water pools over you, which is a little bit better than having your thoughts standing naked in the bathroom, just being like, man. There we go. All right. I will still be here. I have. Desert you. All Alrighty, Yashtola. Here's your sample. Do 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 do. What have you discovered? Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. 'Twould seem the structure appears to the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall? Even with all your might behind the blade. Grant, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I have you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you, it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronken Empire, once the greatest power in Norveront, procured nothing which compares to this level of perfection. What's that video? Superimposed in a manifold. What is that, video? What is that? What is that, video? Where it's like the crazy like talking and shit like that, where the guys just are like superfluated in a manifold. Like, hang on. Crazy. Here it is. Technical jargon. Is this it? I think this is it. Oh my god. Is this it? Hang on. Captions. Oh no! It is that video. All right, I gotta save that. I gotta get the script. I gotta somehow say that with a straight face. What's his opening thing? Hang on. An instrument that would not only provide inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but be capable of automatically synchronizing cranial gram meters. Retroincrabulator. It's produced by the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance. Can't take it seriously. Oh my, this is like superficial. I suspect our answers lie with the reason Emmett Selch withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emmett Selch is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his role of some stronghold somehow serves the Asian agenda. Or mayhaps 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by ancient Asians? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Quitana Raval. Almit presented it to me during my visit to Fanro after our victory in Colusia. Here in the first scene, by Emmett Selch's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? The main one, sure. We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower. One which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south had no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest.
Industrial manifolds.
You must visit the Quintana at the time during this quest by using the relevant items in the... will not be displayed on the map. You must search for the structure which resembles the building in the mural, then inspect it from the survey point. The survey point will be found nearby in a location which allows a full view of the structure. Oh boy. Searching for shit. Now, is it going to be this giant structure here is the question. Ow. Please be yes. Please be this one. I think this is it. Ah, this is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have been settled upon such ruins. Countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization! Its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Asians. And yet it did exist. They lived here, in the city. Would it be accurate to say if the game is just like WoW? Elements of it, I'd say. Especially since they're both MMORPGs. But I feel like this game is an emphasis on the RPG aspect, whereas World of Warcraft is an emphasis on the, you know, the MMO, because there's all these different quest lines that you can take, and there's no definitive main quest line that you need to be taking or something like that for progression's sake. Let us focus on what we've learned so far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the Ancients' return. Thus, can we surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, Yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Ryan put it, than Emmett Selch himself? 'Tis almost certain he is there. But if we are to find the stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Mission 1, Mission 2. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you it is to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you are not too wary, it may be useful to speak with Pachis Oons again and ask if there is aught else he is willing to divulge. Southwest. I'm gonna see whether or not we can get the, Alrighty. Oh, come on! Always be casting. I just want the Aether Current. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the Walls of the Forgotten? Are there the ruins to the northwest? Yes! That is the sacred site of which I speak. It could be that your footsteps were guided there by the ancients. I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skills is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenolt. Hey, Grenolt! They were just talking about you like a couple missions ago. You will find his workshop in a metal structure to the south. Also, I need to hand in a quest. Nope. Yay, got my... There we go. Alrighty. Nope, not on the Moshi, dude, because... This is technically faster on the ground. You're back, and now you're gonna complain I had to put pants on. If I had my way, I would be naked all the time. You need at least pants. When you're in bed, pants. When you're out in public, at least pants. Showers and maybe sexy time are like probably one of the rare times you're not wearing anything. Oh, hello. It's just a giant fucking elevator, I see. Oh my goodness, someone beat me to it. Never mind. It's funny. Grenold! Oh, that's just great, that is. Me mindin' playing tricks on me now. Look, Grenold, someone's come to visit ye at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or it might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me rotten soul. I've got no use for it. A craftsman's what can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug without a dome and hammer. And that's an insult to bloody sea slugs. Appears to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you can psych him up. Come on, get up. Eh? Ye wouldn't be trying to raise me spirits now, would ye, spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld. Show us Geralt. God damn. Okay, in our world, he's bald. For some reason, he has like a full head of hair and everything. Have we met before? Might be as we cross paths back in the Crystarium, but I don't reckon we've been formally introduced. Name's Grenold, and this here is meant to be my underwater sanctuary, a place where I can give myself over to my work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet, here we stand. Now, what's so damned important that ye drove all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, Beyondo's lamp. Gods curse my empty head. I've not so much as made a start. I'm worthless. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by a sea slug. Me delivery date's long past. My workshop is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. Ooh. Hi, Zeus Pegasus. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Ignore the fact. Cookie for Mama Wolfbean. Here you go, Mama. Boop. Thank you for the boops. Ignore the fact that I'm in a maid outfit. My moderator, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, forced me into a maid outfit. Ye've heard their beliefs, have ye? Bringing light to them ruins be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. But I can't. I just... bloody hell. Ah, my mind's a bleeding blank. It's like... oh, hang on. Why is it auto-advancing? I didn't mean to auto-advance. Tell me you've got summit to show me. Summiters will give me a muse a right good kick up the arse. Yes, Uraneazak, forced. It was a channel redeem of ridiculous cost, and they've reached that channel redeem of ridiculous cost.
Mama Wolfie Bean demands you drink.
Yes, Mama. The Ondo want to honor the coming of the ancients, so their answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness? Like the spark of light caught in a crystal? But just been sparkly's not enough. It's gotta dance with joy and sorrow and sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? GrantZeebs seeks a particular kind of inspiration, the kind that crystallizes only at the accumulation of a long and tragic tale. Complete any of the role quest lines available at the Wandering Stairs in the Crystarium, then return to Grenold once more. Oh. I can't finish it if I'm... Oh my god. I can't get it done. Not. Ooh, hello. Hi. I can't get it done until I finish the, one of the role quests, which I've not done. That is going to take time. So what was originally going to be like, I don't know, maybe 6 or so missions is now turned into way more. 1,440 to the west. Okay, so it's like all the way over there. Damn. So, I have to take part in some of the missions that are over there. Oh, pain. I honestly thought I was going to get close to the end. But apparently not. That's for you. Pixie Maniac Dream. Is this the guy I go to? For a question. No, I don't think this is it. I need to talk to this fella. Shaped by Tragedy. They make you do your role quests, don't they? Yes, they did. Thank you for the hyper himbo, Bobby O. I asked Savage if there was a point to it, and they said no. Turns out that was a goddamn lie. I have to finish this. Grandson is eager to take to the road. The road? Also, how the fuck did you get 1,000 points already, Bob? All set to embark on our great hunt, Grant? Then let us be about it. Before you ask, I've no intention of leading us out into the wilds without even an inkling of Decansoni's whereabouts. Novaront may not be a particularly large realm, even before the Flood, but it would take us a dozen lifetimes to scour every nook and cranny. So, we'll start by asking around a place I know for a fact Daikasone has attacked before. The Village of Right on Colusia. While I don't have a reason to believe he will return, I'd like to think that the survivors might know something of value. After all, you can be sure that That means so much. Thank you. After all, you can be sure that they haven't forgotten the day the bastard came through. So let us be off then. Alrighty, so I need to head to Colusia. Look at me go. Round the world. Have you ever felt like this? When strange things happen while going around the twist. Have you ever felt like this? Welcome to the right. I reckon it might not seem like much to you, but to me... Never mind. We'll save that conversation for after. Tracking down Daikasone is what happens right now. So let's split up and ask about the bastard. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Alrighty. Alright, so we gotta talk to people here. Elizabeth Cooper. Alright, villager, talk to me. What? What do you want with me? The Sin Eater? The one that came and killed everyone? Oh gods, is he here? Ah, then why aren't you talking about him? Oh, I know, I should have stayed inside. There's nothing but death out here now. Death and horror and eaters and... Ah! Jump. Jump. Alright, I need to talk to another person. That's my grandson. Alright, who else can I talk to? Like, where the fuck else can you be? So there's the beep beep. Beep beep. Boom. This is how you know that I'm like running out of energy, is when I just start doing this to try and wake me up. I'm just like leap, leap, ribbit, 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 ribbit. If I can put this kind of like, you know, 88, like, if I can put this kind of leaping into more useful things, like trying to scale Kugane Tower, I would be so successful in life. Huh? Where did you come from? What do you want with me? Daikasone? That thrice damned eater that's the spitting image of GrantZeebs Night? That Daikasone? Mm-hmm. I can't help you. All I know is that when he came, he... Wicked white. If you had seen the carnage, you would... I'm sorry. I can't just talk about this. Leap, 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 leap. You'll write a testimonial for you. It will write... Grand's titties cured my depression. Oh, damn. Imagine if that was a thing. Imagine if... look, I would love that. I would very much love, like, titties being the cure to depression. Like, you're having a bad day or something like that, and because of, like, the ease of how quickly it solves it, you just go into, like, a little office, you tell them your woes and such like that. You can ask for a man, you can ask for a woman, you tell them about your day, or your week, or month, or even your year, and they're just like, oh, it's okay, and then come here, and then they just give you a hug, and it's just like a nice, long, 30-second minimum hug, and they just go like, and they're just like basically giving you like a really good hug. They're just like, squeezing you in. Sounds like a host club. Host club is like cakes and is like teas and cakes and sweets. That's exactly what a private session. Do not ruin this wholesome thought in my head of just a woman just giving me a hug and just being like, oh, it's okay, it's okay. Just giving me a nice long 30-second hug. Do not ruin this visual for me. It would be so beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. Well, learn anything worth sharing? I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we say that day, what he did to us, there's no moving on from that. What's your connection to this village? Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. It began long ago, and then it like fade, and then it like does this like, you know, fucking fade effect as we get something that's not the echo. I was born and raised in Wright. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. Might have tried my hand at something more exciting had I'd also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. It was about a year ago that she accepted a commission from the Ulmorian trader. Bloke dealt mostly in antiques, and he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old, with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to the royalty or some such. The Fangs of Orthos, he called it. Me and her had been talking about trying the proverbial knot. Buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Round here, that might not take much, but it was still a lot more than we had. So, when the trader made his offer, she did not hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work. Quality stuff. But it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But, when I got back to Wright, Dekaisone had been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The gruff woodsman who'd brought firewood to our doorstep in the dead of winter. Both of them reduced to mindless fiends, just like that. There wasn't time to mourn or to think. I started looking for Melinda, and then there she was, alive and well. Our eyes met, and we knew it was going to be all right. We ran for each other, and even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there, right there, in front of me, and the next she was... Dekaisone knelt and took the Fangs of Orthos, and then left, leading a host of sin-eaters out of Wright. But Melinda, I still couldn't see her as anything else. She wouldn't budge. She just hovered there and stared, waiting for me to end it. Well, I could never say no to her. Not once in the years we've been together. From all the time she welcomed me home with a bowl of hot stew, all the time she laughed at my crude jokes and gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For all that and more, I killed her. I swore then and there I'd have my vengeance. Dekaisone would die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones he left on my soul. An enduring reminder of the vow that I never dare stray from the path. There. All done. No need to wallow in it. Wouldn't want my tragic yet trite tale to put you off of our hunt. Still, with me to the end, sinner. That's the spirit. Still, I have some unfinished business here. So if you could give me a moment before we resume, I would be most grateful. How many... Hang on. How many job quest roles do I have to do, I wonder? So, for the tank, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've got 6 to do. Alright, thankfully it's not a lot. But... goodness gracious. Sorry. I'm just in pain. Grandson would like nothing more than to leave right behind. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Cinna. I'm sure you're eager to get back to it as I am. Trouble is, in your absence, I failed to turn up any information as to the whereabouts of Diakotsini. There is one line of inquiry I've yet to peruse, though. The Fangs of Orthus. The bracelet my beloved was supposed to restore and that the Eater took with him when he left Right. Sin-Eaters are mindless fiends driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. There's no need for worldly possessions. Yet, Diakotsini took the bracelet anyways, which can
What if
only
we held
means...
hands as a treat?
We're not holding hands. Which can only mean that there's something unique about this particular antique, or the sinless bastard somehow different from the rest of his ilk. Either way, I think we need to learn more about the Fang of Orthus, and I know just the man to ask, the Ulmoran trader who commissioned Melinda's services. Much as I'd like to question him myself, though, I don't think that's an option. Even though Diakotsini's attacks a year ago is common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe that an Eater stole his precious trinket. He's more likely to accuse me of theft and have me clamped in irons. So, I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Grant. Melinda said he was a regular at the Beehive, so try looking for him there first. Alrighty, with the industrious Whatsamahoozy at Ulmore. Bam. Was this something that I should have been doing at pace? Yeah, it's probably something I should have been doing at pace. Oh, look how fancy the end of the world is. Oh, how fancy. We are just such distinguished gentlemen. Going to the cabaret. Look at these lovely men and these lovely ladies in the end of the apocalypse. Hey, look, it's Sashera. Look. Hang on. Look. Sashera. Sashera. I know it's not spelt the exact same, but let me have my fun. And to what do I owe the pleasure that is your company? The Fangs of Orthus, you say? How very interesting. I should be glad to tell you something that I know, under the assumption that you should recover it. You will see it return to its rightful owner at once. I purchased that bracelet from a traveling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Vobert, that glorious kingdom that fell with the flood like so many others. He spoke true, from what I could tell, and I intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having it properly restored by an artisan in Right. Alas, she was one of several casualties of a Sin-Eater attack, during which the Fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have, of course, been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance that the thief might attempt to sell it. They have not. Regrettably, but a piece of similar design did recently resurface in Mordsuk, I am told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling that role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the Fangs of Orthus or similar relics will be well rewarded. Alright, out of the titty bar we go. Boom. Zoom out. Bum, 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 bum. So, what does our industrious patron have to say? So he thinks it was stolen, eh? Just as well. We'd probably not know where to head if it wasn't for his disturbing nature. If this piece of similar design is related to the Fangs of Orthus, then it might attract Dekosani's attention, and assuming it hasn't already. Let's go. There we go. I'm sorry, but I'm getting a little bit sleepy. I'm getting a little eepies. A little snoozy wheelsies. Fine weather we're having today in Mordsuk, isn't it? No such thing as a thing without value. That's the creed of these folk. Well, we'll find no shortage of Voberite's trinkets here. Finding the right one, on the other hand, is the challenge. I shall divide and conquer as before. Thank you for the head pats, by the by. Jinjin. Well, well, well met. How may I be of service to you? Oh, a choker that once belonged to Voberite royalty, you say? If only I had such a remarkable treasure in my possessions. But no, I do not. In all of my years here, I have never heard of someone unearthing such a thing. It would be absolutely hilarious if any of them, like, sounded like fucking Dio, but I would be very frightened hearing a Dio-esque voice from such a gremlin species. Yes? Do you have business with me, traveler? Ah, the Voberite choker. Is that what all this fuss is about? Then you're in luck, for my husband has yet to sell it. Once we realized how valuable it was, though, he insisted on carrying it with him at all times. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you should try to find him at the ruins where he's scavenging for relics. They're not far. Time to bring out the bestest boy. Look at him. Look at him. Isn't he the cutest? Bestest boy right here. Look at him. Oh my god, he's so cute. Arf. Bark. Bark, 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 bark. So fucking cute. Get it? This is so fucking cute. Oh, there he is. I thought we had to fly somewhere. What's news, friend? Ha! To think that it was that easy! You've the luck of the Fae. But we need to hurry. If my theory's correct, then so long as that scavenger has the choker, he's a target for Dekosani. Ooh. Bing, 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 bing. Look at him. He's just so cute! Look at him! He's so precious! Ah! He's so cute! Observing my surroundings as we see all kinds of insects. Fucking dung beetles. Mercy! Mercy! Oh, there he is. There's the paladin. Take whatever you want, but please, don't kill me. I have a family. Please, I beg of you. Oh, and he turns into a fucking... Well, he turned into a feathered egg. He changes them very quickly. Oh, hey, there's the choker. Why is he getting these things? Oh, and he can just teleport away, can he? God damn it. Alright, looks like... Please. That's terrible. I'll just tank this shit. There we go. Bestest boy, go! Shame you missed the fun. This one bit off more than he could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You can tell by the lingering vestiges of intelligence and self. You can see it in their eyes. Like when Decusany... Don't tell me. You saw him. Wicked white! And he took the choker too? Damn it. Damn it all! He can't keep getting away with it! He can't keep getting away with it! It's just like right. I was too late to save him. Just like I was too late to save her. But not again. Never again. I'll hunt you to the ends of the world, Dakasani. Vengeance will be mine. Right. Yes. Neither the time nor the place. More eaters could be about. Just went from 100 to 0 real fast. It's just, every time I cut one down, it reminds me of my first. Of her.
Now that is what we call a skill issue.
Yeah, it's hardly a skill issue for him. We must now so we're gonna sign off on this one. We may have failed to stop him this time, but what matters is that we'll both live to see another day. Pity the scavenger didn't, and the wife doesn't yet know she's become a widow. Sod it. I'll tell her what happened. I've been there, so maybe it'll help me to find the right words. Not that there ever are any. Afterwards, I'll have a good think about our next step. Don't let me keep you from other affairs, Grant. We'll speak again soon. Ah, my neck. Alright. Grant. Alrighty. So, this might disappoint some people, because we're not yet close to finishing or anything like that. But I'm gonna end the stream there for today. It's almost 4:30. I have been streaming for like the last... Come on, load, god damn you. I've been streaming for like the last 6 hours. And I've already done like a 12-hour stream back on Whatsamahoozy back on Monday, and that one was a very exhausting one to do, and that one was one where I don't know how I did it, to be real with you. I was just somehow enamored in the story and barely communicated and what have you, but this one it was a little more like a chore, but I don't want to give up on it or anything like that because, you know, it's rather great. So I want to go into it with you know, as good of a Whatsamahoozy, as good of a mindset as I can. All right, let's see. Who is online? Who would be a good one? Let's see. Wait, do I know this person? It was very nice to meet you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Not to worry, Saj Tanya. Thank you for following me this stream and sticking around and such like that. Normally, I stream in the evenings, so normally I stream Saturday nights for MMO Night, rather than Saturday mornings, but I wanted to try and get through a lot more of the main quest line. I didn't really go as far as I thought I would with the thing. Hey, I'm no longer in my maid outfit, which is great. Because I'm trying to think, looking at this thing, I've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've gone 7. I've gone through 7 quests. In the last one, I went through 24. I just fucking throttled through so many of the quests in the previous stream and what have you, that the previous, it was almost an all dayer, but this one, I don't know. The energy is not there for me, especially since I felt like I was I was just edging so close to the end. And then I look at the quest line and I'm like, oh, there's still another however many quests to go. And then there's also the fact that I have to do the role quests as well, which I wish I knew I had to do those, because then I would have put some time into them off stream to get them done. So then that way, as we're going through the main quest line, I wouldn't it wouldn't break up the flow for me. Because I've just learning that it was oh, I'm 6 missions away from the end, and then learning, oh, there's an entirely different set of 6 missions you have to do. It's a bit of a moof. It's a bit of an oofies, an oofy woofies poofies. So yeah, I need to figure out when I'm gonna be streaming next. It's most pedal to the metal that time. Yeah, I did 24 quests in the previous stream, and it was very pedal to the metal. But this one, I feel 7 is okay. Especially since I'll probably do another evening stream on the Saturday night next week, rather than doing an all-dayer. I'll see how we go. In the meantime, though, let's see. Who is online? Who might be someone worth raiding? Are you guys looking for energy, or are you looking for... Or are you looking for comsies? You'll still get there in the end, though. You just need to take a little extra time to get there. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Let's go for some comsies. We're gonna go for Scribbly Noodle. They're a recent VFer. I've been following them for a while now. They're a wonderful streamer over in, I think it's Adelaide or Melbourne or somewhere. And they got the same 3D, like their 3D model is made by the same user as well. And they've recently got onto the VFer team, and I wish them I wish them the best of luck. And they're currently doing a path to partner, which I think will be very cool. So what is our raid message? I think we're just gonna go with the classic Himbo raid message, actually. Himbo raid, show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. That's gonna be our raid message. As we go right into Scribbly Noodle, I need to try and keep my self-restraint in order and not order McDonald's or Uber Eats or anything like that tonight. I need to, figure out what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, chore-wise. I got work on Monday, and then I need to get a stream schedule. So many things I need to do, and I also probably need to, relearn the process of moving VRMs into Unity and shit like that. I've got so many things I want to try and do. But otherwise, besides all that sort of stuff, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream as it went off into the afternoon for the last 6.5 hours. I really appreciate it. Sage,
what if we
thank
held
you again
hands
for...
as a treat?
Sage, thank you again for following me this stream. Sir Dragon, Savage, thank you for the subscribe, and I hope you all have a good afternoon, morning, evening, or night, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Furrycures 1221 paid me to say Zeebs is a cutie.